till everybody settles in. All right, good evening. Today is June 2nd. The time is 6:04. That says 6:06. So depending on what time you're going on, it's 6. I would like to call this special meeting to order. Can I please get a roll call?
Flores Kale,
Here.
Tobias,
Present.
Goza,
Here.
Medina,
Here.
Zapata,
Here.
Harris,
Here.
McKinney.
Here.
Perfect. Scene 7, we have a quorum. Up next, we have citizens' comment period. The City Council welcomes comments from citizens early in the agenda of City Council meetings. Those wishing to speak are encouraged to sign in before the meeting begins. Speakers will be provided with an opportunity to speak during this time period on any agenda item or any other matter concerning city business, and we ask that they observe the 3-minute time limit. All right, I have one citizen's comment. That's Chase Coleman.
Water cost and water scarcity are regional problems that require a regional solution. Reclaimed water is no longer a convenience, it is a strategic regional asset. I want to help the city of Kyle capture the full value of its reclaimed water. Selling the reuse water to my proposed regional distribution network will bring the water department a stable source of revenue that will offset cost being carried by Kyle's residents. I've reviewed the 2023 Water Reclamation Master Plan, and I have concerns landscape irrigation does not generate the revenue required to support a $100 million project. Regional distribution will be environmentally beneficial. It keeps nutrient-loaded effluent out of the watershed and positions Kyle to expand wastewater capacity with environmental support, not opposition. I've been actively engaged with Hayes Caldwell Economic Development Partnership, San Marcos River Foundation, City of Martindale, and Martindale Water Supply Company. I have engineers, vendors, construction experts, and end users prepared to act quickly on this project. If anyone would like to discuss this further, please contact me. Victoria Vargas has my information. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. I have no other sheets, seeing none. If anybody else would like to speak for the regular meeting? All right, seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and break into executive session. City Council will now go into executive session to discuss agenda item 1A pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071. Thank you. All right, good evening. Today is June 2nd. Time is 7 o'clock. I want to welcome everybody to this, I'm going to make a motion. I motion to direct the interim city manager to negotiate with Kyle Development Partners, LLC.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by myself, a second by Councilmember McKinney. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion passes 7-0. I'm going to close the special session, and then I'm going to open up the regular. All right, now it is 7:01. So it's Tuesday, June 2nd, 7:01, and I want to welcome everybody to this regularly scheduled meeting. Can I get a roll call, please?
Flores Kale,
Here.
Tobias,
Present.
Goza,
Here.
Medina,
Here.
Zapata,
Here.
Harris,
Here.
McKinney.
Here.
All right, that's 7. Up next, we have the Pledge of Allegiance. If everybody could please stand. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. Up next, we have consider approval of city council meeting minutes.
Mayor, I'd like to go and make a motion to approve the minutes for the special meeting for May 16th, special meeting on May 19th, and the regular meeting minutes for the same day as May 19th, 2026.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Tobias and a second by Councilmember Medina. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes 7-0. Next, we have citizens' comment period. It's my favorite time. So the city council welcomes comments from citizens early in the agenda of city council meetings. Those wishing to speak are encouraged to sign in before the meeting begins. Speakers will be provided with an opportunity to speak during this time period on any agenda item or any other matter concerning city business, and we ask that you observe the 3-minute time limit. Up first, I have Robert Hunter.
In regard to item number 12, which is Sunflower Circle. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Robert Hunter, and I live in Sunset Hills. I am speaking on item number 12, Sunflower Circle updates, and I am submitting exhibits 30 through 42 into the public record, which I've given to Jennifer. Tonight's agenda puts Sunflower Circle before council for staff direction and for staff documents show that this is not just a random gravel road issue. It is about ownership, access, right-of-way, drainage, utilities, paving, reconstruction, and the future connections inside the same Kyle Vista geography we have already been discussing. The staff memo says Sunflower Circle starts on Dacey Road and dead ends at his residential properties. It is council requested that this project be added to the CIP on February 20th, 2024. It also says further investigation determined that the road is privately owned, that the city owns only a portion on the city property, that the city ownership varies along the road, and that right-of-way documentation is lacking. Then it goes further. Staff is gathering quotes for surveys and mets and bounds, staff proposals, quitclaim deeds. Staff is identifying the property limits the city would assume ownership and maintenance responsibilities for. Staff recommends maintaining the current road width and only paving the existing road because widening could affect drainage and utilities. Staff is also preparing cost and schedule information for in-house reconstruction this fiscal year. And the presentation says staff will explore extending the road and adding future connections. That is not ordinary road maintenance, or at minimum, council should not assume it is ordinary and road maintenance without full disclosure. This matters because the existing record already shows Sunflower Circle tied to Kyle Vista Park, Dacey Lane infrastructure, the Animal Care Center concept, the City Hayes County MOU, the Kyle Vista Projects Task Force, and the broader Hayes County Facility Framework. I'm not making a final legal conclusion tonight, but this pattern raises a possible coordination or collusion question that the council has a duty to investigate. Before council gives direction on item 12, I ask staff to state on the record whether Sunflower Circle is connected in any way to Kyle Vista Park, the Hayes County Eastside Campus, the Animal Care Center, the August 5 MOU, Resolution 1848, Resolution 1861, the Kyle Vista Projects Task Force, STV, Burdett, HDR, Kitchell, Jackson and Ryan, Daisy Lane improvements, traffic access, utility planning, drainage planning, and future public facility development. Residents need the survey quotes, METs, bounds, quick claims drafts, property owner communications, acquisition maps, maintenance, responsibility maps, STV evaluation, cost estimates, schedules, emails, texts, consultant records, and all city Hayes County communications. If this is innocent, disclose it. If it's not, Sunflower Circle may be the missing infrastructure piece in the Kyle Vista deal. Once again, I would like to thank the mayor and the council for giving residents a voice. We are grateful for your service, and we look forward to reviewing all of the documents and determining exactly what has occurred and the legalities involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, I have Irma Mason.
I don't think it goes low enough for short people. Okay. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Irma Mason, and I'm speaking tonight as a participant and supporter of the Kyle Area Senior Zone. First, I would like to thank the City of Kyle for its investment in creating a beautiful new facility that will serve our community for many years to come. I am here to respectfully request that the official name of the new building currently known as the Kyle Center include the word senior. The reason is simple. Names matter. They communicate purpose, identity, and who the facility is intended to serve. For many older adults in our community, having the word senior in the name creates a sense of belonging and recognition. It sends a clear message that Kyle values its senior residents and is committed to supporting healthy aging and lifelong community engagement. As a participant in the Kyle Area Senior Zone, I have seen firsthand the positive impact that senior programs have on people's lives. These programs help reduce isolation, encourage physical activity, provide educational opportunities, and create meaningful social connections. The new facility will continue to be a gathering place where seniors can remain active, independent, and engaged in the community. Including senior in the facility's name is also important from a practical standpoint. Organizations seek grants and funding opportunities for older adult programs often benefit from having a clearly identified senior center. Grant providers frequently look for facilities and programs specifically dedicated to serving seniors. A name that reflects that mission can strengthen applications, increase visibility, and help secure additional resources that directly benefit Kyle's older residents. As our city continues to grow, so does our senior population. The facility's name should reflect the important role it plays in serving this demographic today and in the future. Whether the name becomes the Kyle Senior Center, Kyle Senior Community Center, or another variation, including the word senior, honors those who have contributed to our community and helps position the facility for future opportunities. I respectfully ask the council to consider adding the word senior to the name of the new building. This small change would have a lasting impact on community identity, recognition, and future funding opportunities. Thank you for your time, your service, and your consideration.
Thank you. Next, I have Howard Connell, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I have a very strange request tonight. As most of you probably know, the voices are getting louder and larger in calling for the removal of our city attorney. I personally have had dealings with her over the last few years, and I always found her to be very respectful and accommodating to me. Yet, when we had 4 citizens come up here a few weeks ago and go goo goo gaga all over her, I had to recall back to the days of the healthcare issue. I was here tonight when Amy got permission from the mayor to forego her attorney-client privilege, and she gave the story of how it came about, where she green-lighted that ordinance. I do know that, I think I know, that if someone acts on the advice of their attorney, they're not responsible. Well, Travis Mitchell got the green light, but the green light was given by Amy in the worst lame story I can ever think of an attorney of, well, it's not in a charter, so I don't know what, but I can tell you what happened in my last place of business over the water cooler and how we handled it. I thought that was extremely unprofessional. It has raised a flag and red flag in my mind since then. I can't shake it. However, if there's going to be a movement toward replacing Amy, in my perfect world, I would like to ask Councilwoman Goza, Medina, and Councilman McKinney, in my perfect world, to get together with her and ask her, has there ever been any time that you felt you have done your duty under duress of losing your $200,000 a year job? It's the only thing that makes sense to me for all that I see. And I want to give her the benefit of doubt. I don't want, if this should happen, I don't want people to come back and saying it was a witch hunt of the council. I want to address it now and up front, and you folks do whatever you can do, but that's my feeling about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Leslie O'Pry, please.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Agenda item 28 regards options for finally obtaining an independent audit. This audit needs to happen and needs to include the review of potential fraud, misuse of taxpayer funds, and financial transactions related to credit card expenditures, procurement practices, payroll, and contract awards, all of the items mentioned in item 28. Residents should pay very close attention to how each of these members of council vote on this. An audit is about transparency, accountability, and restoring public trust. Elected officials who have nothing to hide should have no problem supporting an independent review of the facts. In my opinion, this should be a 7-0 vote. Any vote against an audit raises serious questions about why someone would oppose a process designed to provide answers, accountability, and transparency to the people of Kyle. The public deserves the truth wherever it leads. Let the facts speak for themselves. This should not be about politics, personalities, or protecting anyone. It should be about doing what is right for the residents who pay the bills and deserve honest answers. A unanimous vote means Kyle wins. I would also like the council to consider a request that payment to Brian Langley, who left on his own accord, be tabled until it is clear what he is fully owed and review whether it was legal and within our budget. Lastly, I'd like to ask that item 29 be moved, not sure how to say that, to the front, as far front as it can go. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Up next, I have Charles Taylor, please.
Howdy, Mayor, and howdy, council members. My name is Charles Taylor, and I moved to Kyle in 2015. I retired as a professor from Texas A&M at that time, and of course, I'm aware of the connection between Kyle and Texas A&M. If you've ever been in the Kyle football stadium, you know of it and how important one of your citizens was to the development of agriculture all around Texas, and especially to teaching of agriculture at Texas A&M. I'm here tonight to propose something to the council that will cost next to nothing, and I believe will bring attention to the city of Kyle and also promote literacy in the city of Kyle. The idea I have has been put into practice in the United States. We have in the United States a poet laureate. In Texas, we have a poet laureate. The cities of Dallas, Austin, San Antonio, Houston have poet laureates, as do the small cities of McAllen and Louisville. The act would show to the world that Kyle is interested in the arts. Kyle needs to designate, in my opinion, every 2 years its poet laureate, as the citizens I mentioned already do. The program could be administered through the library, as is done in many cities. Applicants could be limited to published poets over 18 within the city of Kyle, or it could be expanded to include surrounding areas such as Buda and San Marcos, which is done in many cities to include rural areas. Those two cities do not yet have a poet laureate program, but I wouldn't be surprised if they take up the issue before long, and this is our chance to get there first and maybe stall them or eliminate them from the consideration, although I do enjoy Buda and San Marcos. The arts bring people into the community. We have down the street, on Center Street, the famous home of Catherine Ann Porter. I often go to events at the Catherine Ann Porter House, which was remodeled during the Bush governor period, and it's a lovely place. I feel that Texas, Kyle, could be a place where many retired professors like myself might be interested in retiring, and I did an AI search the other day. There are quite a few retired English professors in this area. So this is my suggestion, and thank you for consideration. I'd be glad to serve on a committee if you like to help pick a possible poet laureate. Another idea that would be different and original would be have a writer laureate rather than a poet laureate. Nobody else is doing that, and that would include fine writers of prose as well as poetry. So thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. Up next, I have Steve Thompson. Steve Thompson.
Good evening to all of you. My name is Steve Thompson. I am a resident and a homeowner here in Kyle. And I just wanted to say you're doing a wonderful job, Yvonne. And when I heard the one lady talk about doing the audits, I'm glad to hear that other people are at it too. So anyway, I'm here tonight to give you my thoughts on the Kyle with regard to both the physical condition and the fiscal condition. I was not at the last meeting, but the one meeting where they found out that there was a $4 million hole in our budget. And when I heard that, you got to be kidding me. I mean, how much will it take to get people to stop spending our money like it's their money? And that's what we need to do, and that's why we have to continue to push for audits all the time. The city manager that left, I want to wish him luck. I hope the city of Phoenix has a lot better deal with them than he did, or than we did. But, I mean, that's a lot of money, $4 million. And they kept spending money dollars or millions after millions after millions. They had the credit cards, $60,000 limits on them. And where did that money go? And it's just disgusting to see all of that. I don't have a lot else to say. I just want to say I thank all of you for what you're doing. And I hope that we can finally get to the bottom of what happened there. I do have one other thing to say. The parking lot next door, if I remember right, I read that it was a $6 million purchase for a parking lot. Is that how much that cost? I don't even know. I think it was. I remember reading about it. I'm like, what? They spent $6 million on that? And then they closed out probably one of the best pawn shops around and closed down the donut shops, and they were just delicious. And, yeah, I mean, you just got to admit that they were absolutely delicious. And what do? They put in a parking lot. Okay, well, next thing you know, they'll be putting in a tree museum where they charge people $1 to come look at the trees. You know, I mean, well, that's all I've got to say, but I just want to say thanks for all of you. I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to be around. I have a very sick daughter, and I've got to change a lot of things, so I'm not sure how much longer I will be, but I want to say thank you. And I've loved living here in Kyle. I have had more fun, and I've made more money. I've done everything that I could possibly want to do, and it's been a blast. So that's all I got.
Thank you. Okay, up next, I have Stephanie McDonald, please.
Good evening, Mayor Flores Kale and City Council members. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. I'd like to ask you to move item 28 to the top of the discussion. Thank you for your efforts to put our city back on the right track. The Finance Department's 5-year fiscal forecast revealed an absolute disaster awaiting our city had we continued on the current trajectory. Those of you still fighting this, please get on board. We're watching your speech, attitude, and votes. We have a $14 million shortfall to correct in order to balance our budget. Dr. Harris, I read a post of yours saying every governmental agency in our region is facing the same challenges. That's not the reason that we're in this position. Unlike the city of Kyle, others made better choices to weather these difficult times with a better outcome than us. Please slow down on development. There are ways to accomplish this, such as a moratorium, not providing water to developments that are not eligible for city water, denying zoning changes, etc. Regarding the road bond, please consider pausing any projects that involve American Structure Point until we're able to determine if the DA's office has concluded their investigation and until a forensic audit is completed. Agenda item 7, Finance and Audit Committee. Please consider 7 members, all residents. There's no reason to have city council members on this committee. It's an advisory committee, and items considered will be brought before the council for a decision. Staff from the Finance Committee, I imagine, would be present at these meetings, as would the city attorney. It would be beneficial for some members to have a finance background, but it's not necessary for all, not even the majority. We need residents of principle on this committee. How will these members be appointed? Agenda item 14, we're looking forward to a special celebration of our nation's 250th birthday. Agenda item number 20, the city manager's payout. In looking at our former city manager's employment agreement, we must take a hard look at future employment agreements as well as current ones when they renew. Our city is paying out $204,492.56 for his vacation pay and sick pay because there was no cap on these days as there were with other employees. That's $200 an hour. Brian Langley had a base salary of $334,000. His benefits included the city paying 7% of his base salary to deferred comp, another 4% to his 401k. He contributed to TRMS for his retirement, but the city reimbursed it all to him by way of a stipend. The city also gave him $1,200 a year for his cell phone, $9,600 a year for his vehicle allowance. They paid his medical, vision, and dental premiums as well as his dependents. This adds up to a ridiculous amount for a city our size. Mayor, you were so on target asked to review this absurd employment agreement. We need oversight. Councilmember Zapata, please stop fighting oversight. Agenda item 28, residents fully support a forensic audit. In light of all that's come to the surface about our city's financial situation, as well as information being held from the council, the time is now to get this done and move forward. Please call for a roll call vote in this item. Residents are watching to see which council members want accountability and transparency. We're watching your votes, speech, action, attitudes, and also please review peer cities. The current list is not appropriate. Thank you so much for listening. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Up next, I have Michael McDonald. Oh, thank you.
Good evening. I do also want a forensic audit to be done, considering the results of the digging that we had, where we ended up $14 million in the hole. I think it'd be a great time to find out where a lot of that is gone and where a lot of it was spent. On top of all that, I would also like a roll call vote so that everybody could see who's going to vote yay and who's going to vote nay. Then item number 20, just like the lady that spoke where she wanted to table Brian Langley's pay, I think we should do the same thing and until we figure out exactly where we're at. Maybe we ought to deduct $204,492.56 from paying for him. I mean, he owes us. He's part of the deal that got us $14 million in the hole. And then also, the last thing is, knowing we don't have funds, I think we need to not have a Kyle's Market Days. We need to stop that until we figure out what's going on. And then on top of Kyle Market Days, I think it ought to always be a standalone thing. Don't add nothing to it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, I have Alicia Hill. Alicia Hill.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here tonight in strong support of Agenda Item 28. The scope outline reviews of potential fraud, misuse of taxpayer funds, credit card expenditures, procurement practices, payroll, and contract awards. Those are exactly what Kyle residents have been asking questions about for months. While the city has an audit process in place, we know that it's only a sampling of data with limited scope. Limited scope sample audits do not catch large-scale errors and patterns of abuse. A forensic audit will reveal if there is waste, fraud, and abuse. If everything has been handled properly, a forensic audit will confirm that. If problems exist, a forensic audit will identify that. A recent budget workshop highlighted why this is not only necessary, but long overdue. During the budget workshop, a council member openly acknowledged that past decisions were made largely on information provided to them at that time. No independent verification was done. Another wanted to blame staff for not breaking the chain of command to reveal concerns. Another justified their vote thinking it was a cost savings in the long run. Another council member didn't think a forensic audit was necessary because we have processes in place. Those were unfortunate and costly decisions made by council members that should have known better. I appreciate their honesty, but honesty revealed an important lesson. Trust without verification is not governance. Trust but verify must become the new standard moving forward. The residents of Kyle are trusting this council with multi-million dollars in debt obligations that should be done with strict fiscal responsibility. The role of council is not to simply receive presentations and vote on how good they sound. The role of council is to verify, to ask difficult questions, and to ensure taxpayer dollars are being spent with strict fiscal responsibility and accountability. And that brings me to another concern. The number of agenda items being placed before council must be reduced. When meetings contain dozens of agenda items, lengthy packets, consultant presentations, and multi-million-dollar projects, meaningful due diligence becomes extremely difficult. Large projects should require dedicated discussion sessions, independent cost verification, plain English financial summaries, and adequate time for both council and public to verify the facts before votes occur. That is not obstruction, that is responsible governance. Tonight's vote for item 28 is about cleaning up the City of Kyle finances to bring in transparency and accountability and peace of mind to Kyle residents. It's about establishing a culture of transparency, accountability, and verification. The lesson from the budget workshop supports exactly why Trust But Verify needs to be the core of every decision going forward. Trust But Verify is governance. I urge all council members to vote in support of item 28 and move forward this forensic audit. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next I have Vic Allen.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I don't know how you do what you do. You come here every other week, sit down, and we all get up and we get our 3 minutes, and you're supposed to crunch all this stuff. And I don't know, I know it's mind-boggling, to say the least. But I'm thankful I'm here, and I'm thankful that you're here listening to us as well. Item 21 and 22, I appreciate the city has voted to reduce the amount of money that was actually slated or entertained to go to Gosling and Raftellus, and would ask that you consider placing a hold on those funds, as the attorneys for the city have shown little and every attempt to drag this issue out as long as possible. I sincerely hope that your city attorney, Amy Reed, has already notified you that the Utility Commission is not going to hear this case until April 5th of 2027, almost a year away. Somehow, and that we're going to write another check for $150,000 to each of these groups. Somehow, though, I doubt that she did that and informed you, and certainly Raftellus doesn't need a dime until March of 2027. The next, and by the way, this is all on the PUC website, so trust and verify, right? Next on the agenda is Brian Langley's bonus payout. I find it more humorous that the very person who deceived this governing body for the last 3 years, running it close to bankruptcy and failing to fulfill his legal reporting and financial condition obligation to the council, hiding the city finances while running it aground, is demanding payment. Is that absurd or what? Surely you can find some onerous clause in his contract, just as he did with the Six Creeks contract, and refute it. Maybe drag it out a few years or so. You know, shoes on the other foot. Feels pretty good, doesn't it? In reality, he should have been fired. Just my opinion. Thankfully, though, I do endorse the forensic audit and moving forward in that direction. I think it will give residents of the city of Kyle tremendous confidence in the city council and the city that we live in and the city that we love. So anyone here tonight that opposes that transparency is only making themselves look bad. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, up next, I'm going to apologize in advance for the last name, but Samuel Aguirdo? Aguado, sorry. Thank you.
Hello, folks. My name is Samuel Aguado. I'm an architect and project manager of over 15 years. I am not new to item number 28. I actually brought it up, and so now we have it here on the agenda. My concern is there's no audit. you guys are looking for a third-party vendor or person to come aboard and help you guys out. I am a third party. I brought this up several months ago prior that we needed to do an audit, to check the estimates, the contracts. I have experience in the same issue. I'm from the city of Eagle Pass, and I brought it up a couple of years ago. Sure enough, they did an audit, and they ended up going to jail because they were pocketing money from the city. So it's nothing new. We're not the only city. Eagle Pass is my hometown, and it's a very, very common topic. I've worked with a lot of different jurisdictions all over the country, and I know from experience, that's what they do. I've been offered money on several occasions as well. So it is what it is. If we need a third-party, auditor, I'm more than welcome to. I would love to help, or at least I can revise whoever your proposals come from. The other thing I have is Burleson and the roundabout. So I live in Creekside Village, and the traffic there is horrible. I mean, first of all, we get the train, and then we got the Poco Loco now, and my entrance is, I'm on the main road. I take a right, and I'm the one with the model home, and it's just horrible going in and going out. It's dangerous. People don't, they don't drive at speed limit. They're always speeding. So it takes me sometimes 10 minutes just to get out of my own neighborhood. And so that's trouble. I know you guys did a traffic control and you had the little sensors, but that was before, Poco Loco and all this stuff. And right now it's just bad. So it's just a matter of, I haven't seen any accidents, but it's just a matter of time. So I don't know if we can, coordinate maybe 2 traffic lights. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll send you an email. All right, up next, I have Betty Conley.
Hello, y'all. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I don't want to be in that seat, but I want to thank you all for what you do. I know how crazy my husband goes when he's a penny off in the checkbook. So I give you all the prayers, everything that you're going to need to help y'all. I wanted to invite you to our CAS June 19th at 10:30. We're having a flag raising for June 19th. So each and every one of you are invited and come join us. There'll also be food and cake afterwards. And then I also want to invite all of you that are getting close to 50 to think of the CAS seniors, because you can become a member and we'd love to have you there. So y'all have a blessed evening.
Thank you. All right, I have no more comment forms. Is there anybody else that would like to come up and speak? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close citizens' comments. Up next, we have agenda order. And I think we heard item number 28. Is there any other items? 20? 20? And then 12? No, 12 is a presentation.
Yeah.
20, okay, so I have 20 and 28, and we will pull those down right after consent, if that's okay? All right. So up next, we have recognitions. Recognition of graduates of the 2026 Team Kyle Academy. Ida presenter, Allison.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, Allison Kelly, Public Information Officer. for the City of Kyle, and I'm here tonight to talk about a really fantastic group of citizen leaders, the 2026 Team Kyle Academy graduating class. But before I get into that, talking about a small portion of what they accomplished this spring, we'd like to share a short video with everyone from this year's class. It's only a minute.
My favorite part about TFA, just how things work, how they coordinate with the city and the organizations, and all the details that everybody shared with us was incredible.
It's cool that you get to like actually meet and see the people who were in charge and who are like making decisions every day. You can talk to them.
There's a lot going on in every city. There's so many departments and different moving pieces, and just watching them all coordinate together and how one piggybacks on the other, but then the other one leads the other, and it's awesome to see everybody come together and make things happen, you know?
It's very informative. I didn't know a lot about how the city functions, but so far I'm enjoying.
And you'll learn about our community and how it works and the processes in order to make your community grow, become a better place for all of us to live. I'd recommend to anybody who's interested in getting involved in your city.
All right, thank y'all. Also, thank you to our Team Kyle Academy members that were willing to talk to us and do that video. As you saw a little bit, this year's graduates completed a 7-week course of classes covering basic city organization, finance, utility billing, municipal court, capital improvement projects, public works, engineering, public safety, emergency management, beautification, parks and recreation, library services, communication, everything you see listed up there. During those 7 weeks, they spent many a late night at City Hall, at the Public Safety Center, at Transportation and Public Works, bringing thoughtful and intelligent questions to the table and engaging with many of our staff members one-on-one. This is an impressive and dedicated group of individuals, all of which we are grateful to get to know throughout this experience. I will, before we hand out some certificates and some pins here, I do just want to do a quick plug in case that interested anybody. We typically do recruiting in March of each calendar year. So check our social media channels for information on that if this at all looked interesting to you. So like I said, several of them have joined us tonight for a little mini graduation. I will read their names. As I do, please come forward, grab a certificate from me, and then Emily is over here to hand out some cool pins we had made, and then if you wouldn't mind pausing up front, we'll take a picture together as well. Also, I got to know so many of you, and I really appreciate it. And if I mispronounce your names, I deeply apologize. First, Tatiana Putman. I believe she's here? Yes, she is. Thank you. All right, Ian Wilson. Elizabeth Corey. I don't think Elizabeth. Celia Benjamin. Oh. There you go. Susan Segalo. Thank you. Thank you. Christina Cruz. I don't think. Christina Dost. Nicolette Castro. Erica Mancha. Thanks. Shauna Beck, I don't think she's here, but just double checking. Okay, sorry. Gary Ergel. Rosemary Garcia. Thank you. Crystal Farmer. And Jason Kretschmer. Yeah. Thank you again so much. We really loved getting to know you all, and you have our emails. But if you wouldn't pause, we'll take some photos with council if you don't mind. we'll have
Everyone go ahead
Xander.
and squish in for me real
Yeah.
quick. Don't be afraid to get shoulder to shoulder. All right, everyone ready? 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you all so much.
All right, up next, we have recognition of the 2025-2026 Kyle Area Youth Advisory Council, Kayak, members. Item presenter, Leslie Scott.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm excited to be here to talk about the completion of, come on, okay, we got them all here, of the Kyle Area Youth Advisory Council. Our school year, we go a school year. Kayak gives students the opportunity to hear city business items and advise the city council on their unique perspective. It consists of youth ages 14 to 18 enrolled in 9th through 12th level grade, either residing in the city limits, attending a CIS school, or homeschooled as well inside the city. Kayak is advisory in nature and has been created for the purpose of providing youthful points of view for the Kyle City Council on Community Affairs. And we met this year on the first Wednesday of each month at the library. So we had several meetings throughout the school year. We had city leadership guest speakers. We had a social media marketing and promotion initiative, if you will. The library master plan input, Parks and Rec master plan input. Their capstone project was the Pause Shelter of Central Texas. They volunteered, and they volunteered a lot, at Santa's Arrival, Santa Rides, the Great Texas River Cleanup, Pard Therapeutic recreational events, Kyle Fair, the Pause, so many places they gave their time to. Did we miss a slide? I feel like there was a slide. I'm so sorry. Well, you know what we're going to do? We are going to let them introduce themselves. We have a big group, but they're busy teens, and we're so excited that 3 of them are here tonight. I want to say, from my perspective, it's been a really fun year to hear about their classes, their activities, their sports, their volunteer, their passion. We talk about art, we talk about books, we talk about so much with them, and it's just such a fresh perspective, if you will, other than ours. So, do you want to say something?
Hello, everyone. My name's Ava Franco, and I'm just here to attest to all of this. This past year was my first term at the Kyle Area Youth Advisory Council, and it was really eye-opening experience. I think that giving a voice to the youth is an amazing thing, and I think that we are very prevalent in many communities, and this year has been really eye-opening, and I love knowing that I have this opportunity to help shape and impact the community before I turn 18, and I think that it's just an amazing opportunity for up-and-coming young adults. So, thank you.
A couple shy ones. Okay. Okay. Well, at least introduce yourself. How about that?
My name is Michael Linden Gallardo, and this is my first year here at Kayak, and I have to say I'm very excited to do this for the next 3 years.
Good job.
I'm Clara, and this was my first and unfortunately last year at Kayak since I'm graduating.
Oh, congratulations.
But it was an honor to help with the city and to have opportunity to learn how our government works here. Thank you. I was going to say we'll do a plug too. We'll be recruiting this summer, probably starting in August for the 2026-2027 kayak group. So if any teens are interested, look out. We'll be posting on social media and our website about it. And we're excited to have a new class next year.
Okay. All right, you're going to do pictures? We'll just stay in the back right up here.
All right. Here we go. 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. Thanks, y'all.
Okay, up next, we have consent agenda. Does anybody want to pull an item? I'm going to be pulling agenda item 9 just to make an amendment. But that's it. All right, seeing none, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda items 5 through 8 as presented.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by myself, a second by Councilmember Zapata for items 5 through 8. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes 7-0. All right, agenda item 9, consider approval of a resolution authorizing the interim city manager to issue a letter to Meritage Homes of Texas, LLC to extend the timeline to construct a segment of the Chevo Pastrano Senior Parkway established in the Limestone Creek Development Agreement by a period of 12 months. Now, does anybody want a presentation? All right, so.
I'm familiar enough. I don't need it.
All right, if that's the case, then I'm going to make a motion to approve agenda item 9. I move to amend the motion to include in the letter to be sent by the interim city manager to Meritage that the 12-month time extension also applies to the Meritage water line reimbursement agreement approved by council on December 2nd, 2025.
Mayor, for purposes of rules of procedure, can we get a motion in a second and then the amendment? Which you don't have to repeat because everybody just heard it. You said motion, I didn't hear a second when you did the first motion.
Second.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
And then now you did the motion to amend. Can we get a second on that one?
Okay, there you go. Okay, I got first a motion by myself, a second by Councilmember Medina for the original motion, and for the amendment.
Second.
I got a second by Councilmember Goza. All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, I hope you, did you get that, Jennifer?
And then can we take a vote on the motion as amended? I know it's complicated.
Okay.
but just-
All right, so the next step is going to be to take a vote on the motion
As amended.
as amended. That's a motion.
Oh, second.
No, you don't need to make a second on that one. It's motion second, motion to amend second, and then approve the amendment, and then approve the motion as amended. It's complicated. I just want to make sure we follow.
Okay, we're good.
Okay.
We'll go back and watch it.
All in favor say aye. 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 Opposed say nay.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. All right, up next, we're going to move up agenda item 20 and 28. So agenda item 20, consider approval of resolution authorizing the interim city manager and his designee to pay a total city cost of $204,492.56 pursuant to the former city manager Larry Brian Langley's contract for the payout of his allowable accrued vacation leave, balancing total 720 hours, and accrued sick leave balance totaling 305.43 hours as of May 23rd, 2026.
Good evening. My name is Julie Beggs, and I serve as the HR and Civil Service Director for the City of Kyle. The item before you tonight is on your agenda for consideration because the city manager would like to be very transparent with this and also establish that the payout exceeds his administrative authority, and so we brought that for discussion tonight to you. Very quickly, let me just share the timeline. The city did enter into a contract with Brian Langley for city manager in May of 2023. Last year, that agreement was amended twice, once in May and once in August. And in that contract, it provides that Mr. Langley could be paid out for no more than 720 hours of accrued vacation and no more than 480 hours of accrued sick leave. He resigned his position in April of this year. The impacts before you, I don't know if you can see that, but there's a piece of backup that might be a little bit clearer. When we look at the total cost of the city for contributions, TMRS, his total pay for vacation, which is about $114,000. His sick is $48,000. That brings the total payout to $162,000. But then we do share for TMRS percentage and deposits into that account. And then we have taxes that we pay on his behalf, including federal withholding, Social Security, Medicare, unemployment. So the total brings us to the $204,492.56. I think this is making an assumption on what he's putting in and ours as well, which will bring the deductions down that he'll be charged to close to about $122,000 net check. But to confirm that once that pay is cut, if approved tonight by this council, we can share that pay stub with you so you see the exact dollar.
All right, any questions? Councilmember Medina?
As per his contract agreements, what are the implications if not approved? Since, of course, the wording is if approved tonight.
I will defer that to our city attorney.
So my understanding of this item as presented by Ms. Beggs and Interim City Manager Mohit is that we don't currently disagree with the amount based on the contract. The reason it was brought forward is because Mr. Mohit, as was stated, is above his normal administrative authority. If we want to talk about full risks of potential contract issues, we can do that. My suggestion would be that, it could potentially lead to some sort of claim or challenge as to a violation of the agreement.
Makes sense. Just wanted clarification for everyone watching at home.
Any other questions? Councilmember Zapata.
Can you verify what that net check number is again, just so it makes it clear for ourselves and then for everyone listening as well?
The estimation right now, the net is coming at $122,026.33. But again, I won't know that until we run the payroll and the deductions and show that. Happy to provide that pay stub to you so you can see the exact cost to the city and also of the employee, former employee.
And to be clear, that net would be like the final total payout, not the $209,000?
That's right. That $204,000
or $204,000
is going to be taxed. He'll be taxed on that.
Okay.
And that's why I can't give you that exact number now until I run the payroll and deduct all the regulatory deductions from that.
Okay, but so just to clarify, the actual check going out would not be anywhere near that $204,000. It'd be closer to this $122,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, to confirm that, the gross amount is $204.
The gross is $204.
Okay, and
yes,
then,
ma'am.
so the city of Kyle picks up the $82,000 in taxes?
No, Mr. Langley will be charged for that.
Well, the difference between the 204 and the 122 is $82,000. So I'm just kind of confused.
It depends on the type of tax. So the city covers certain amounts of your payroll
Right,
taxes.
like the retirement and stuff.
Right.
Well, and payroll taxes. So some of the payroll taxes are city charge, some of them are employee charge, some of the deductions are employee charge. So it's going to depend on the type of tax.
Okay,
That's why this is an estimate.
May I ask why it's going to May 23rd?
I think that's a typo on this report.
Well, the final payout date over here says 5/29. So I'm looking at two different dates right now. I'm looking at May 23rd, and then on what I'm looking at right here, the financial impact says final payout 5/29.
That would have been the last payroll that we would have run that he would have been eligible because his last pay period that he was active employee. However, we opted not to pay him only for the vacation that he had used until we got authority from this council to move forward with the payout via the contract.
When was Mr. Langley's last day?
His last day was the 15th.
So why wasn't it cut off at the 15th?
Because
the 23rd is the last day of the pay period.
The pay period.
They're 2-week pay periods.
Okay, but so to confirm, his pay is only through the 15th?
That's correct.
Okay.
So he was not paid any hours for week 2 of that pay period.
Okay. All right, any other questions or comments? Yes. Councilmember McKinney?
Can I get some clarification? Is this just the time that he accrued over the course of his employment, or this isn't anything in addition?
I have not seen his bank. Julie, do you know the answer?
His bank exceeded 720 hours, but by contract, he is not paid for more than that because he resigned the position. So his limit per the contract is 720 hours
Okay,
of vacation.
But
And
it is the banked hours that he earned.
it's what he had banked and accrued already, yes.
Okay.
But what he had total in that accrual bank exceeded 720, but we are not obligated to pay any more than 720.
So Councilmember McKinney, to answer your specific question, were those earned hours, the answer is no. It was based on the contract, the number of hours that council authorized to add to his bank.
In 2025.
Yes.
I would
So-
be interested to know what he had in that bank at 2025 without the additional hours going in there. I mean, I'm not going to stop this.
No, we
This-
can provide.
We can provide that to you.
Yeah.
That's no
this
problem.
is- My intent is just to pay and move on, the way this has gone down, possible mediation and other issues. I'm not down with that. I really just want to cut the slate. We'll go back. I want this to be a learning lesson for everybody, as far as when we move forward, how we proceed with our contracts and ensuring that we get the right legal representation. Because at the end of the day, our loyalty, as much as I do love staff, is to the taxpayers.
That's correct.
And so making sure that we get a fair contract, because $122,000 extra dollars on top of a regular pay is unheard of in any job that probably the majority of our residents work for. And so I just want to be fair and transparent to them as well.
And I think I would also like to say that this is also standard. This is a very kind of standard-ish contract. In comparison, I did my due diligence in trying to, look at other Texas cities, whether our size, slightly smaller, slightly larger. And this is typically what these sorts of contracts look like for city managers. Yeah, I think I'm in the agreement that if the issues that we have are with the contract itself, then we know for next time we can make policy changes, right? Those are policy decisions and changes that fall under the purview of this council, so we can adjust that. But as for now, just, contract is a contract. We got to do what we got to do.
Any, Councilmember Goza?
It was my understanding when we had that meeting back, I believe it was in March, and we discussed his contract, that he said should he separate from us on his own, that he would not be paid out for any of those extra hours that were allotted for him, but that those extra hours were specifically given to make whole in the event that he's terminated. So now we're hearing that he may not have actually earned those hours, but that he is using part of that bank that was set aside in order to make him whole in the event of a termination.
How accurate is that, Amy? Well, actually, I feel like there is a conflict. So I don't know what to do because we know that you have a similar contract. So I don't want you
quoting
to.
the exact language of the contract, I'm not going to get into it. but
Okay,
the
I just
exact-
want you to protect yourself.
Yeah, the exact language of the contract does say up to 720 hours. That's what it says. What the intent was, I can't speak to. Maybe some of the council members that were involved could, but that's what the language said. So we compared this payout to the exact language of the contract and then brought it to you.
Okay, well, I read the resolution, and the resolution specifically said it was to make whole in the event of termination. So I don't think that's really an assumption. It's what was written.
For a regular employee, what is their cap on their vacation hours?
The cap on earnings or paid out?
Same, both.
Sworn and civilian have slightly different. I think 720 is the maximum that you can earn, and I think 480 is the maximum we'll pay you out. And we will pay out sick if you've had at least 5 years tenure with the city.
Okay, so if you're invested, you'll get the sick pay on that end.
That's correct.
Okay.
And that has a limit as well.
How long does that take to be fully vested?
5 years.
5 years.
And he was here 3.
3. All right, motion?
We can make a motion to approve agenda item number 20.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember McKinney, a second by Councilmember Harris. Can I get a roll call vote, please?
Zapata,
Yes.
Medina,
Just based on that amendment language to make them whole, no.
Goza,
Based on the same reasoning, no.
McKinney,
It's honoring a contract we have. I say yes.
Harris,
Yes.
Tobias,
It's on the contract, but based on that, no.
Flores Kell.
It's no.
Can we table this? Can we table this and get a legal opinion? Because I don't want to say no outright and then fall into an issue.
You want to table it to the 16th?
I
Do you want to
would,
recess to executive real quick?
but we have no attorney to talk to us about it.
The mayor wants an independent third-party
got you.
attorney, which I understand. So if we want to
Fair
table it
enough,
to the 16th, I can get you one, and we can bring them in.
I mean, isn't it pretty clear that we'd be in violation of a contract? We'd get sued. Like, I think that's pretty obvious. Like, a contract is a contract as much as we do not like it. And also, I know that we weren't the ones that wrote it. You know, we just got here. So, you know, we're having to approve something that we didn't necessarily partake in creating. I think it's really clear, like, a contract is a contract. We know moving forward that we can change these things, that we can address these things. But stopping it right now would open us up to suit.
I think it's just a matter for all of us, guys, that we're trying to get a second opinion on this. To really look to see what we voted on, especially myself, to make it have an understanding, is that where we at on this. And you're right, we are learning some serious lessons moving forward. And it's gonna go to show, you know, once we pass this budget, that we're on the clock to start looking for a new city manager. So it's gonna be up to us to say, okay, are we gonna go with these kind of contracts? How are we gonna negotiate them? Are we gonna go with a lower base salary for a city manager? You know, are we gonna go with somebody that we're gonna pay $150,000 and see where we're at to run the city? Is that what we wanna do? Is that what we wanna do? We wanna start paying somebody $110,000, $150,000 to run a 70,000 residential city? I mean, if we're starting to look at the dollars on this end, that's what we're gonna have to look at. But I have no problem going back and changing my vote if everything's legit on that end. So I would recommend what the mayor is requesting, and for the residents, again, we work for them, to table this, review it one more time before we make any decision, and if it's all legit and clear, we stick by the legal contract on this.
Right, and I do not want to use the Knight Law Firm. They're the ones who drafted this, the amendment, and we need to get fresh eyes on this. So,
Certainly,
and then
Mayor.
here's the deal, like, I could just vote no, and then it'll be done, and then it'll be an issue. That's the truth. I wasn't aware until Councilmember Goza said that she's right. They did say to make him whole in the event he's terminated. And that's why we have these discussions openly.
Well,
So,
I was very clear. I apologize for interrupting.
It's okay.
But when we passed this amendment, I was very clear. I am not going to incentivize you to quit on me. And so, from what I'm hearing from my interim city manager, that is still what is happening, because it was not accrued time. When I made the amendment, it was to pay him for whatever he's accrued, but he gets nothing additional if he quits. That was always my intent. I was
and I
very
completely
clear about that.
I understand I'm breaking Robert's rules. I should have just voted, but I want to be fair all around. And some people don't think this is fair. I could vote no, and we'll see how fair that is. But I'm choosing to extend the olive branch and say, okay, let's get a third-party legal opinion. Let's figure out where we are. We've been told before, we are not attorneys. And so I think the safest thing to do, I think Mr. Langley gave us 30 days to do a mediation. But in that time, instead, if he's willing to allow us to get maybe an employee attorney to review the contract, give us some legal advice.
to protect the city attorney, any reflection of a possible conflict, because she has a similar type contract, I'll take the lead and secure the attorney for y'all.
That's if everybody's amendable to that.
I would be happy with that.
I'm good with that.
Okay,
No-
so
no
then,
problems with that.
So then, can we just, how do we proceed? We're going to have to cancel the motion, right?
Yeah, my suggestion would be for Councilmember McKinney to rescind the motion, Councilmember Harris to rescind the second, and to vote to table the item instead.
I rescind the motion to approve agenda item number 20.
I rescind the second.
All right, I have a motion to rescind by Councilmember McKinney, a second by Councilmember Harris. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. All opposed?
Make a motion to table until the next regularly scheduled meeting.
Second. So I have a motion by Councilmember McKinney and a second by myself to table until the next meeting. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, it passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, up next, we have agenda item 28, discussion and possible action to direct the city manager to return with options for retaining an independent third-party firm to conduct a forensic audit, including proposed scope, cost, and timelines. The audit scope may include, but is not limited to, review of potential fraud, misuse of taxpayer funds, and financial transactions related to credit card expenditures, procurement practices, payroll, and contract awards. This is going to be presented by myself, Councilmember Melissa Medina, and Councilmember Goza, and I believe Councilmember Medina is going to start.
All right. So, long time coming. I know this was something as a resident that I was in favor of having happen before I became on council myself. So tonight, we're bringing this item forward because we do believe it is our responsibility as elected officials to ensure that our taxpayer dollars are being managed appropriately, transparently, and in accordance with all applicable policies and laws. This agenda item does not presume wrongdoing, nor does it reach any conclusions. Rather, it asks the interim city manager to return with options for retaining an independent third-party firm that has the expertise to conduct a forensic audit and provide the council with information regarding the scope, the costs, and the timelines. And we know, just like you know now, that we are 14 million below our budget, but we want to know why. So yes, this is going to cost money, but we need to know why. A forensic audit is a tool used by organizations across the country when there's questions that require a deeper level of review than a standard annual financial audit. While our annual audits evaluate whether financial statements are fairly presented, a forensic audit can examine specific transactions, processes, controls, and areas of concern in much greater detail. The proposed scope may include, but is not limited to, a review of potential fraud, misuse of taxpayer funds, credit card expenditures, procurement practices, payroll processes, and contract awards. The purpose is not to target any individual, department, or administration. The process is to verify that appropriate safeguards are in place, identify any weaknesses that may exist, and provide recommendations for improvement. Our residents expect accountability and transparency from their local government. When questions arise regarding financial practices, one of the best ways to address them is through an independent review conducted by qualified professionals. If everything is being done properly, that review can provide reassurance and strengthen public trust. If improvements are needed, it gives us the information necessary to make those corrections. Tonight, we're simply asking council to direct the interim city manager to bring back options for consideration. Once those options are presented, then the council can evaluate the proposed scope, costs, timelines, and determine whether moving forward is in the best interest of the city. Transparency and accountability should never be viewed as a threat. Independent verification is one of the strongest tools that we have to build confidence in our government and demonstrate our commitment to responsible stewardship of public funds. Our residents deserve clear answers regarding how their taxpayer dollars are being managed, and as council members, we have a responsibility to seek those answers as well. Whether the review confirms that processes are working as intended or identifies areas for improvement, the information will help us better serve our community and strengthen our public trust. And with that, I pass it on, I believe, to Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Medina. I want to build on an important point that Council Medina just made, because there is often confusion about what our annual audit does and what it does not accomplish. Every year, the city undergoes an independent financial audit. That process serves as an important purpose, which I support. However, a standard financial audit is designed primarily to determine whether the council's financial statements are materially accurate and presented in accordance with accepted accounting standards. It is not designed to actively investigate fraud, identify misconduct, trace the movement of funds, or uncover deliberate attempts to conceal financial activity. In fact, auditors themselves routinely state that an unmodified or clean audit opinion should not be interpreted as a guarantee that fraud does not exist. Annual audits rely heavily on sampling methods, material thresholds, and testing procedures that focus on financial reporting as a whole. They are not intended to examine every transaction, every procurement, every decision, every credit card purchase, or every payroll action. A forensic audit serves a different purpose. A forensic audit is investigative in nature. It allows trained specialists to follow financial transactions in detail, examine supporting documentation, identify unusual patterns, evaluate internal controls, review compliance with procurement requirements, and determine whether public funds were spent in accordance with policy and law. Unlike a traditional audit, a forensic review is specifically designed to detect irregularities, misuse of funds, conflicts of interest, circumvention of established controls, and other issues that may not be visible through standard audit procedures. This discussion is about understanding the limits of the tools we currently use and determining whether a more comprehensive review would provide additional transparency and accountability. As elected officials, we have a duty not to only ask whether our financial statements balance, but also whether our systems are functioning as intended, whether safeguards are effective, and whether taxpayers can have confidence that every dollar entrusted to the city is being managed responsibly. When questions arise, the appropriate response is not speculation. The appropriate response is verification. An independent forensic audit provides that verification. It allows facts to replace assumptions, evidence to replace rumors, and transparency to replace uncertainty. If such a review confirms that our controls are strong and our processes are working properly, then that outcome should be welcomed. It would strengthen public confidence and reaffirm the integrity of our operations. If weaknesses are identified, then we will have the information necessary to address them and to make our organization stronger moving forward. At the end of the day, accountability is about ensuring that the public's trust is earned, protected, and reinforced through the transparency and independent review. With that, I will turn it over to Councilmember Goza.
Thank you, Mayor. When Community Impact released their article regarding our shortfall and where we're at with our reserves, so many people in there were screaming, "We need an audit, we need an audit." And this is something that 3 of us ran on while we were running for council, and something that many, many of you have been up here asking to be done. There have been questions for a long time about the way that our money is being spent. One of those larger ones was when Mayor Travis Mitchell resigned early last year and then took a job at Structure Point. There were some votes that were done that may have been in favor of his company where he did not recuse himself. These are questions that we have, and we need to ensure that we have processes in place to safeguard against that. Throughout 2024, 2025, we were looking at the spending of the city council members and seeing things that were, a single coffee here without there being justification. Our policies and procedures asked for them to write that justification, and yet many council members chose not to do so. Yet those expenses were passed on to the taxpayer to pay. And so when you see these things happening, it makes you question what other processes may have been put by the wayside or not followed. Clearly, those things were not followed, and we have questions about that. And the purpose of the audit is not to attack anyone. It is to figure out, what are we doing right? Where do we tighten up things? How do we keep this deficit and other shortfalls from happening again in the future? and just really identifying what path we need to be on.
Okay, Mayor stepped out for just a moment. Do we have anybody that would like to start the discussion on this end? Okay, Dr. Harris.
I would like to emphasize that having a different opinion is important on the council. If we are all in lockstep, we are not benefiting the citizens. I do have a different opinion. I'd like to understand what criteria were used to request a forensic audit. A forensic audit is used to gather detailed information on accusations regarding a specific crime of fraud or misappropriation of funds to support legal prosecution. I am not aware of any legal actions that have been filed that necessitate a forensic audit. If not, this is not an audit to provide information for a prosecution. It is an exceptionally expensive fishing expedition. This clearly indicates that there is no confidence in the finance director to recognize patterns or entries that are out of the ordinary. This is a serious problem, as it puts Mr. Mohit and the Finance Department staff under scrutiny related to serious gaps in their duties. It is especially troubling as Mr. Mohit has been appointed as interim city manager and continues to serve as finance director. This is a conflict of interest when a forensic audit is scrutinizing actions of the finance department. I would like to state that I believe Mr. Mohit has been an outstanding finance director and have confidence that the finance staff and the outside independent auditors are capable of conducting business in a manner that any fraud or misappropriation of funds would be recognized. I don't understand why, if council members believe a forensic audit is needed, Mr. Mohit was requested to apply for the position of interim city manager, thereby placing him in a serious conflict of interest position while a forensic audit is being conducted. It is a serious vote of no confidence in his management of the finance department. I do not believe there has been any information whatsoever that indicates a need for a forensic audit. What we are talking about is policies and procedures. That is not forensic. If the council chooses to pursue this course, I request that Mr. Mohit be relieved of the position of interim city manager so that he can direct the finance department during this serious, time-consuming, and expensive scrutiny, and to assure there is not actual or perceived conflict of interest.
All right. Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Zapata.
So our interim city manager, much like Councilmember Harris pointed out, is our finance director, who has served as this city's chief financial officer since 2010. So that's 16 years. Every budget, every financial report, every audit, independent third-party audit to be exact, every procurement review, every payroll cycle, and every credit card transaction that this proposed forensic audit would examine occurred on his watch and under his professional oversight. He is also a licensed certified public accountant. That license carries specific legal obligations under Texas law that are directly relevant to this item. Under the Texas State Board of Public Accountancy Rules of Professional Conduct, reportable events include crimes involving fraud, embezzlement, etc., things that are being identified as in this agenda item. These events must be reported to the board within 30 days of the licensee's knowledge of the events. Additionally, the TX-CPA Code of Professional Ethics, which consists both of the AICPA Code of Professional Conduct and the TSBPA rules, requires that members uphold integrity, avoid misrepresentation, and ensure honest and accurate financial reporting. Discreditable acts include fraud, gross negligence, and fiscal dishonesty. So I have a question for our interim city manager, which is, during your 16-year tenure, have you filed a report with the Texas State Board of Public Accountancy regarding suspected fraud or financial misconduct at this city?
No, I have not.
if fraud was occurring in Kyle's financial operations during the years this item seems to suggest, which would have partaken during and under your 16-year tenure, would you have made such a report if you suspected or became knowledgeable of such items?
If I was made aware of, yes, I would have. I would have come to before the council first.
So during this time, during the 16 years, you are ready to state on record that you have observed no fraud, misappropriation, or financial misconduct during your 16 years overseeing city finances.
I am not aware of any fraud, to the best of my knowledge. If you're inferring that there might be fraud existing, that the internal auditors or external auditors did not discover, that's very different.
What I am trying to bring to everyone's awareness is that our finance director has been in this position for 16 years and has fundamental knowledge of this city, of this city's financial operations. And this is the reason why many of you asked for us to appoint him into the role of interim city manager, and that is the reason why we did. What this means is we are listening to the person who has had the financial oversight tell us right now that they have, in their 16-year tenure here, have not seen anything that leads to us suspecting folks of fraud, embezzlement, gross negligence. And a forensic audit is also hundreds of thousands of dollars. With a scope this large and with a $14 million budget, you are being asked to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars going on a goose hunt that our own finance director is not even giving credence to. In addition to that, it seems as though that for regular forensic audits, there is a trigger. There is a trigger, a cause for suspected fraud, embezzlement, misappropriation of funds. And so I'm here to ask the authors of this agenda item, what is that specific trigger and what is the hard evidence that you are using in order to support this agenda item?
If I could,
Go ahead, Councilmember Tobias.
we're $14 million in debt.
Second.
Okay.
If I may.
No, then I would like a
Okay, I'm
chance.
gonna ask you guys to. Can't do that.
Whether I was part of those votes or not, I've been only on the dais for 6 years. We don't know through those years before then what had gone on as far as what we heard of speculation and conflict of interest on that end. Yes, Mr. Mohit has been our financial director since 2010. Yes, he is in charge of that. But we all know in government, unfortunately, there's politics that get involved. There is conflicts of interest that get involved. There's a hell of a lot of favoritism that gets involved. And so it's at the point now to where we're in this mess financially. We have residents that are kicking and screaming, saying we've got to look to see where the money's at. And if it means that if we search and we look and we find that maybe there is no witch hunt or no goose egg or whatever it is, and it's clear, we as council members and the mayor and people on this dais, we have a hell of a lot of people we've got to answer to. For many years, there has been the rumors, the speculations of under the ground, under the table contracts, things like that, credit cards that have missing receipts from former council members that I know that people are still bringing that up. What was it, over 10 grand? Okay. When I use my one card for Sonic, I sure as hell made sure I turned that in. Okay, but that's what we're getting at, people. That's what we're getting at, is trying to find out through the years of what kind of spending was done before me, before others, and when you guys are bringing this item up, I've been researching this all weekend, the potential fraud, what are we looking for as far as the fraud? The misuse of taxpayer funds, okay, where's that lying? And the credit cards. These damn credit cards that we've had all this time, okay? That was a big thing that we have. And so right here, you're specifically stating including proposed scope and costs and timelines. I have no problem going back all the way to 2016, all the way to now, if that's the case. Let's start with a 10-year to see where we were at on that end. Because again, I'm trying to get to the dice to understand we have a lot of people that we have to answer to. And I know we're trying to blame it on Mr. Pervez. Like, sir, you were the one who was in charge of this. You should have told council. But I can tell you this, with politics and with city managers, a lot of times these things, your hands could be tied. Or you could be basically said, you need to keep your mouth shut. And it's happened. I'm going to tell you, it happens in every business, in every county, in every city. It's just, you do as I say, not as I do. So I think on this here, we have a $14 million hole we've got to figure out how we got into this. And if it means that we go back and do a forensic audit and nothing comes back and we're clean, then we're clean and we've answered to the people. We did our diligence. There was no fraud. There was no criminal. But if it happens to be some form of misuse, because you see it all the time in the news, somebody stealing $200,000 here, fraud in Houston where there was somebody spending like $2 million on luxury items and you name it. Not saying that actually happened, but we've got a lot of people we've got to answer to.
Okay, I'm going to send that back to Councilmember Zapata so you could finish.
So one, I would like to point out that those cities where that was found did not have independent third-party financial audits, which this city has every single year. On top of this, I would like to also state that when council was first notified of this budget deficit, I responded immediately and asked for an email regarding a couple of questions, very basic, like how long has this information been known? What has been the timeline of events? How long has finance had access to this data? How has it been communicated to council? Because I wanted a good enough timeline to show, like, okay, where did I fall short? What were things that I was not catching as well? What I got in response was, for example, the first question I asked was like, how long has finance known this information? And I'm going to release this email too. It's very, very thorough, very much explains that the city's financial services department has regularly reported the decline in revenues to the former city manager during monthly briefings and on a quarterly basis since FY 23-24. The former city manager had also shared this information with the council through the weekly reports, which are also posted online. So there are dozens of examples of this posted online on our own city's website. It seems that this has not been something that has happened overnight. It's something that the Financial Services Department has been very well aware of, has communicated, has posted publicly on our website that these things have occurred. And per the own response to my email, the $14 million shortfall in budget deficit seems to have been a decline in revenues. That is what is being presented to me as a council member, was that this came about as a decline in revenues. Now, I understand that many people find issues with the way that the former mayor and former council members decided to spend dollars. However, that is not criminal activity. You have to understand that there is a difference between that. There are differences in policy and policy decisions that are made and what is fundamentally criminal activity, embezzlement, fraud, gross negligence. Those are very, very different things. We are allowed to disagree on policy. We're allowed to say as council members that, hey, I wouldn't have agreed to do that. I wouldn't have voted to spend that on that. That is completely allowed. But what is happening here is something far beyond nefarious. So what's unfolding here in the city of Kyle deserves a full and honest explanation of exactly what's happening, why it's happening, and what it's costing you. Mayor Yvonne Flores-Cale and Councilmember Courtney Goza has spent years publicly and repeatedly accusing the former mayor and former council mayors of committing crimes on social media, at public forums, and at this dais. Recently, Councilmember Melissa Medina decided to join in on those sentiments. They are attempting to use their newly elected positions to manufacture evidence of criminal conduct from decisions they simply disagreed with. They campaigned on these premises.
I'm going to call a point of order right now because we're not
Mayor,
going to
you cannot request a point of order. That has to be called by.
Okay, then I'm calling you out of order because what you're saying are assumptions. You have no right to tell us what our intent is. You have no right to tell anybody else what they're doing. You can say your own opinion, but you do not get to speak on the behalf of the individual elected official. And if that happens again, we're going to wrap it up and we're going to pass on to somebody else.
Then I will continue and I will leave out those sentiments.
Thank you.
They campaigned on these premises, as stated on this dais, and their base elected them expecting action. Tonight, they are acting on them. They are proposing to use potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars, and if we were to listen to Councilman Tobias and go back all the way to 2016, we're looking at upwards of $1 million+ in a forensic audit, because that is looking at every single financial transaction. I have talked to multiple CPAs who have confirmed that as large as our organization is, a forensic audit of that nature would be in the hundreds of thousands to near upwards of $1 million in order to go back and look at. So they're proposing to use this potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars to fund a forensic audit investigation of the people that they have made very publicly known that they have had long-term disagreements with. And they are doing it during a $14 million budget shortfall, while cutting the positions and services our community depends on, because delivering this investigation matters more than delivering functioning government to you. At the federal level, we have watched the Trump administration use the instruments of government, its investigative authority, its resources, its capacity to expose and punish, to go after the people its political base believes wants punished. This is the doging of Kyle, and I am naming it plainly because the residents of this city deserve to know what it is that they are watching. I want to explain why this investigation is not just politically motivated, but it is factually unsupported. As stated, our interim city manager...
Throw me out. You're a liar. I've got answers to credit cards now, one friggin' receipt. You're a liar.
Can you help him to his car in the rain?
As stated, our interim city manager is our finance director, and he has served as this city's chief financial officer since 2010, 16 consecutive years during which he oversaw every transaction, every budget cycle, every procurement, every payroll, and every credit card expenditure that this forensic audit would now examine. He is a licensed certified public accountant bound by the Texas State Board of Public Accountancy's rules, which require him to report crimes involving fraud within 30 days of becoming aware of them. He has never filed such a report, as he stated, and during his 16 years, he's also stated that he's never ever come across something that would suggest that. So then my question is, what is the substantive trigger here? Because it has been made very, very clearly that this budget deficit has been discussed over the last handful of years. It is not a surprise. So in the formal written response to the questions that I submitted, our interim city manager states that there has been no change in the accounting methodology used to calculate the city's deficit. So it's been the same methodology as always. And yet members of this council have sat on this dais and posted on social media telling residents that the former city manager manipulated numbers and changed data. Both of those things cannot be true at the same time. The interim city manager, who is our finance director, is directly contradicting the accusations that they have been making to justify the need for a forensic audit. Every year, we have an independent third-party auditor complete a formal audit. Our independent auditor, a firm with no stake in this city's politics, examined our accounts, our funds, and internal controls, and found 0 instances of non-compliance. 0. They, too, are professionally obligated to report fraud when they found it, and they found nothing. Now, I want to address the core argument driving all of this, the belief that decisions made by the previous administration are criminal. I have reviewed the record carefully. What that record shows consistently and clearly is that the previous mayor and council made decisions based on financial information that the finance department gave to them at that time, using the same methodology the finance department has always used within the same structure the finance department has certified. Where problems exist in the city, they are problems of policy, of what priorities were set, what was funded, and what standards were required. This council has every legitimate tool to address policy: new ordinances, new budgets, new direction at this dais. What it does not have, what no council has, is the right to call a policy agreement a crime and then spend taxpayer money trying to prove it. The inability to make that distinction is not just a political failure, it is a fundamental failure of understanding how government works. I will be voting no on this item, and I am voting no because the evidence does not support it, because the people proposing it have a documented conflict of interest that predates any document they have reviewed, because our own finance director's statements contradict their public narrative, because our independent auditor already found nothing, and because the residents of this city cannot afford, financially or institutionally, to pay for a years-long vendetta. Kyle deserves government that moves this community forward, and tonight I am choosing that.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? You've already spoken. Anybody to the right? All right, Councilmember McKinney. Councilmember McKinney? Hey, I'm going to ask for order, please. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. Please just be respectful of each other. Thank you. Councilmember McKinney?
I feel like maybe I should have prepared a statement as well.
Well, we don't got all night, so let's just kind of short.
Yeah, we actually did.
Yeah, well, I've heard the same thing twice. Go ahead, McKinney.
There's been no evidence that I've ever seen of any wrongdoing. My concern is that we spend 6-7 figures to find Tobias's Sonic, or, Bear's Breakfast, or Travis's Dry Cleaning, and it doesn't put money back into the coffers. And if it turns up something, I'll be the first one to admit, wow, I didn't see that. But if it doesn't turn up anything, is that going to change anybody's mind? Will that finally be enough that everybody's going to say, oh, I guess there wasn't anything wrongdoing? Pervez, every bit of reporting I've ever seen out of you, going back for however many years I've been paying attention, I've never seen money missing. I've never seen anything that looked like you weren't covering all the bases, and I don't feel like there's anything that's fallen through the cracks as far as stolen money, criminal negligence, anything along those lines. So I would be curious, and this does say to bring back options for retaining a third-party firm. I'd be curious to see exactly what those costs would be before making a decision. Again, I don't feel like the juice is worth the squeeze ultimately. This is like asking Pervez, how often to beat your dog? And he's like, well, I don't beat my dog. And you're like, well, hire an investigator to prove it. And at some point, is this going to satisfy people? And I don't believe that it will.
Okay, thank you.
That's all I got.
All right, before somebody else, you've already spoken once. Perez, can I ask you, under the previous leadership, who did you serve under?
When the former city manager was here, Brian Langley, when he first got here, I reported directly to him. Then a year later, that was reorganized. Then I was assigned to Assistant City Manager Jesse Elizondo.
Thank you. Amy, what does our charter state on who the city finance director serves under?
The finance director is appointed by or hired by the city manager and reports to the city manager, and then there are obligations or duties in the charter on what he does.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mohit, I want to be very clear that this item has nothing to do with you or your integrity or your finance department's integrity. Under previous leadership, can you please explain to me how your financing oversight duties changed over the last couple years?
So initially, when I was reporting directly to the city manager, I would meet on a regular basis. I would provide weekly, monthly, quarterly reports. Then when it was changed to the assistant city manager level, I would have the same type of reporting, but it was infrequent. It was mostly, I would say, quarterly.
Okay, so let me ask you this. How many times did you, in the last year, were you able to see every credit card statement?
So you'll have to kind of look back at the organizational structure at the time. So when Langley was first appointed and he reorganized, prior to that reorganization, the credit card function was under the finance department. When he reorganized, he created or established a new department called Administrative Services Department. So that department was assigned responsibilities from the finance department into that department. So things like credit card function, procurement, utility billing, municipal court, those were all transferred into the new department under the leadership of Rosie Truelove. She was the director of that department at that time when it was created. So until last September, that department existed. Sometime in September, I don't have the exact date in front of me, the former city manager reorganized the certain departments and functions. At that point, in September of 2025, the Administrative Services Department was, I would say, eliminated. That's a sign from God.
It's a sign. We gotta go.
So at that point, some of the functions came back to finance. Credit card was one, procurement was another. Municipal court was not. It was then assigned to the city attorney / city secretary's area. Utility billing came back to finance, but not the customer service aspects of utility billing. That went to Public Information or Communications Department. So
Would it be fair to say that you have seen, as described up here, every single solitary procurement, every single solitary credit card, every single solitary charge? Is that a fact?
No, that is impossible for any finance director to do it, whether it's in Kyle or Houston or Dallas or Austin.
Okay. Would a financial audit hurt the department workload? And do you think it would have a conflict of interest with your title?
The forensic audit?
Yes, sorry, yes.
No, it should not.
And it wouldn't overwhelm your department?
No, because these set of auditors will be pretty much on their own. They will have a data request that will not just come from finance department. It will include the city attorney's office, city manager's office. It might include the water utilities, depending on the nature of their scope that they're reviewing. So it could be any city department that would be required to produce documents or provide copies.
Okay. I want to remind people that in, I think it was 2021 or 2022, we had a mini audit on council credit cards wherein a council member owed $10,000 for lack of turning in receipts and information, and nothing was ever done about that. There was, and that's real. Like, so when people make claims that some people were campaigning off of theft or criminal charges, I think there's a little more research that needs to be done. At the end of the day, I sure did campaign on this, and that is why I won. Because people are ready to to see, even if I'm wrong. I'm sure there's a group of naysayers that are lined up that are ready to be like, see, you were wrong. And if I'm wrong, that only benefits the city. So at the end of the day, it's not us that's asking for this, it's the residents. And we have an obligation to them. And this is not personal. This is not about what Councilmember Goza wants or Medina, Zapata. It's not about what they want. It's about what we've heard for years about what they wanted. And with that, I yield. Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Goza.
I just want to add that in November of 2025, Port Arthur Beaumont voted to approve a 5-year span for a forensic audit, even though they are independently audited. And that was to shore up existing processes, procedures, to find where they have weaknesses at, as opposed to there being a allegation of crime or fraud or anything else. It was to help their internal procedures. There have been numerous other cities that have done the same thing, even though they have annual audits.
All right, with that said, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 28.
I would like to
There's a motion
speak.
on the floor. We can discuss it after the motion.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by myself and a second by Councilmember Goza.
I'd like to
Councilmember
speak.
Harris. Well, please don't interrupt me.
Point of order, that I think that was unnecessary.
Okay, so I'd like to challenge your point of order. Please let me know what I did. Unnecessary does not break the rules of council. Overruled. Councilmember Harris.
We have a rule to be respectful to one another. That was disrespectful.
Okay. Councilmember Harris.
A couple of things I would like to clarify. The Port Arthur audit that was described, they listed it as a forensic. It was, in fact, a procedural audit. It was not a forensic audit. That is very different. There is no city in the state of Texas that I've been able to find in any period that has conducted a forensic audit. Generally, their finance manager, if they have one, and part of the reason for Port Arthur is that they were, I think, lacking a finance manager, and maybe at some point had been lacking their city manager as well. So they were trying to procedurally figure out what was going on in the city. No allegation of financial wrongdoing. The Attorney General last year requested a number of cities, 1,000 cities, to submit their audit reports. They were not doing so on a timely basis. Houston was one of those, Dallas, and a bunch of the smaller cities. Much to Mr. Mohit's good character and good services, we were not in that. The Attorney General did not require us to do that. I would also like to clarify that there is a misperception. I keep hearing that we are in debt. That is not true. It is not true. Look at the budget, the first page of the budget. We have a $604 million total budget consisting of 60 funds. Not a single one of those funds is over budget in expenditures, including the general fund where the deficit is occurring. The deficit is only on revenue side. The general fund relies largely on the sales tax, property tax, and developer fees. Those have all gone down. And that's economics. All the other cities in our area are in fact dealing with that. We're just ahead of the curve because we start our budget process early. So we're reporting to you that this is happening. The deficit in that category is about maximum 17%. It's $9 million. There is still a surplus in that at the end of the year of $10 million. So we are not even at a true deficit in that category. All the others are paying into their reserve fund. Reserve funds are designed to help the city through difficult periods that were unanticipated. We've been watching revenues decline, hoping they wouldn't decline. The projections that Mr. Mohit gave us on the budget for this year, he felt that they were accurate and conservative. In fact, I asked him the question, is this a conservative estimate? And he said yes. And we did believe it was. The economy has proven us to be wrong. So we have, of the $604 million of our total budget, less than 2% is in deficit. It is not, we are not broke. We are not we may be overspending because the revenues aren't coming in, but budgetarily, all of our categories, all 60, are within their expenditure. And all you have to do is look at the first page of the report that Mr. Mohit gave us. It's very, very clear. What is the deficit? So we are not broke. We are not, what the residents think should be based on the real numbers, please. This is based on the real numbers. You may not agree with it, but they're simple. They're in pure black and white. That category, general fund, still has $10 million at the end of the year. Now, that's not to say we don't need to adjust our spending. Oh, we certainly do, because this economy may not improve for some time. And we don't have a crystal ball. My crystal ball has never worked very well. We're hoping that Mr. Mohit's works better, and he has the skills to make it work better than mine, for sure. But I do have experience with budgeting and with municipal management, the master's degree in that, and I've run budgets for as executive director of numerous nonprofits. So I do understand budgets, not to this size, but it's not that difficult to look at each of the categories that he presented to us and see the budgets are all balanced except the general fund. It is not that hard to make up. Number one, we will not have a year-end loss. We are not going broke. We need to make up less than 2% of the budget by next year because we do not want to carry this forward. That one fund is not paying into its reserve fund. True, it has actually used it. One of the reasons we are not quite as high is that there was a recommendation that we defease a bond. I think that was 2 years ago that we defeased a bond that means we paid it off early in order to save the interest for the city, which was a good financial decision. We saved all that interest by paying it off early. You're allowed to pay those bonds off early at some point. And so we did that. So we made an investment. I think it was a good investment. Mr. Mohit is perfectly capable of adjusting next year's budget, of making sure the deficit does not get any worse from year end. We're a few months, from that, end of September. And I have full faith that he can do that. I still see no reason to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars, and Councilmember Zapata is correct about the cost of that, to do what we've been doing, which is have a finance director, have an annual audit by an independent auditor. Mr. Langley has reorganized the organization and departments to make them work better, and he obviously consistently evaluated what was working and what wasn't. He had only had 3 years to clean up a big mess. It really kind of was a mess, gotta admit. So I just want to say There is a different opinion, but the numbers are the numbers. You don't really get an opinion about it. They either are that or they are not that. They simply are that.
All right, thank you. And with that, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Can I get a roll call vote, please?
Flores Kale,
Yes.
Harris,
No.
Tobias, Zapata,
Washington has Doge, Kyle has whatever the heck this is, and I refuse to be a part of it, no.
McKinney,
It's my belief and my hope that this is a colossal waste of our limited resources, but I am all in favor of transparency. And kind of more importantly, I have a lot of constituents who do feel like this is necessary. So I'm going to say yes.
Goza,
Yes.
Medina,
Yes.
All right, motion passes 5-2. Thank you. And up next, we have agenda item, we're going to go back to 10, which is receive a report, hold a discussion, and provide staff direction on the Hayes County Homeless Coalition 2026 point-in-time count and survey analysis. Item presenter, Jesse Elizondo.
Mayor, I want to thank Nancy Hines and Lisa Young for being here. They had to leave, unfortunately, because of time and also the storm that was coming through. So I talked to them outside. We will work with them to get them back on the agenda to give this presentation.
All right, thank you. Appreciate that. Up next, agenda item 11, receive a report, hold a discussion, and provide staff feedback on the Post Oak Subdivision Road Improvement Plan. Item presenter, Lou Zhang.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am bringing forward the updates for Post Oak Subdivision Road improvements. A little bit background, 2023, KCI Technology performed a pavement evaluation for this entire city of Kyle. Langley Street, which is in the Post Oak subdivision, received a pavement and condition index PCI score of 48 out of 100, indicating a very poor condition and need for major rehabilitation, likely reconstruction. And the PCI scores based on a visual inspection of the pavement while considering the type and quantity of pavement distress. And I also want to bring your attention to the second picture here. In addition to the PCI that was evaluated as part of the condition study, the consultant also evaluated the International Roughness Index. And this index will indicate the right quality of the road, but it does not indicate any underlying structural conditions. So if you can see, I don't know how to point. Never mind. Langley received a score of 408, which indicate a very rough ride. Also, there are a couple of streets on the north side of the Post Oak subdivision that also received a rough index of a higher score, and those mostly are in the earlier phases of this subdivision. And PCI, the two streets that I want to point out, one is Langley, which is 48 as a PCI, and then the other one is Atlantis, which is 53. And this presentation, we mainly talk about Langley Street reconstruction, but I also want to clarify that we are looking at this entire subdivision as a phased approach, and the other street that we're currently working on is Atlantis, which is the 53, the orange one on the PCI that is on the north side. So I kind of talked about that already. Langley Street, 920 linear feet. This street shows extreme heaving, which is upward movement, and settlement, which is sinking movement concerns. August 2024, Rabba Kistner was engaged to perform a subsurface exploration and pavement analyses in several roads within the subdivision, especially Langley and Atlantis. On May 9th, 2025, their final report was submitted to the city and indicating some significant movements and pavement fatigue on Langley Street, and a surface level repair is not adequate to address the roadway failure observed. And this is a couple pictures of the condition for Langley Street. As you can see, there's water pooling on the street and it's uneven surfaces. Public Work did go out a couple months ago to do a level up to bring the surface to even, but additional reconstruction that is going to be recommended. Currently, our improvement efforts, we engaged with HDR to provide engineering services for these roadway to improve these roadway conditions. August 19th last year, City Council approved task order number 14 for collection of field data and development of preliminary engineering report 30% for the reconstruction efforts on Langley Street. And September, there was a task order number 13 to HDR to develop PNC&E plan specifications and estimates for new curbs, gutters, sidewalk, and pedestrian ramps within Atlanta Street, and development of report for the first phase of the City of Kyle ADA transition plan. This ADA transition plan focused on the Post Oak subdivision, and because we're recommending a mill and overlay which considers structural improvement for Atlanta Street, the curbs, gutters, sidewalks, they all need to be brought up to the ADA compliance. So there's major improvements over there. March 16th this year, we received the PER report for review and discussion. April 1st, there was an open house event to discuss the roadway conditions, outlining potential improvement approaches, and gather community input. And there's also a digital survey that followed this open house event. And I'm just going to walk through a quick summary of the proposed improvements for Langley Street. There's going to be improvements for sidewalk and curb ramps. This is to bring everything up to ADA compliance. There's going to be driveway impacts on some of the driveway with the tie-ins, and there's potentially reconstruction for driveways as we need to evaluate further. And there's of course the roadway reconstruction. For the open house, a total of 25 residents attended the event, and the digital survey, we had 40 responses. Residents show support for long-term improvements along Langley Street. And based on constructability considerations, public feedback received, and mitigation of the impacts in the neighborhood, we developed the following recommended approach. With the proper maintenance by Public Works, and this recommended approach will provide a long-term solution to the issue for Langley Street. And this is a simple graphic for the improvements that we're recommending. We are recommending excavation of 12 inches of existing soil and replace that with lean clay. And so the idea is to provide proper lime treatment. However, additional geotech information need to be collected to verify the presence of sulfate before we can recommend that. I do want to point out that during the Rabba Kistner's investigation, additional geotech was looked at on this street in Atlantis. There is no presence of lime treatment on Langley Street, but there is for Atlantis. However, this does not indicate that no lime treatment has been performed. There could be potential sulfate presence that neutralize the lime treatment. So we just need to gather additional evidence to make sure what we are recommending is appropriate for the street. And then we'll have the asphalt base and then hot mix on top. This include the sidewalk reconstruction. This excavation will not, which I need to go to the next slide, I'm sorry, will have minimum utility relocations. Preferably we'll have lime treatment for subgrade stabilization. If there's sulfate, we'll recommend other chemical treatments. This potential vertical rise PVR is expected between 3 and 4 inches over the years. Total project cost is estimated to be $2.5 million. The impact duration, which we're working with consultants further to define the phasing and time frame of this construction, but when there is a limit to property access, we're estimating 7 weeks for individual impacts. Estimated total construction duration is 6 to 8 months, and this will require regular monitoring and maintenance from Public Works. Next steps, on the next council meeting, we'll bring back a task order with HDR to finalize the plans for Langley Street improvements. Right now, we're at 30%. We're going to go into 60-90 final design. The current task order for Atlantis is to take us to the finishing line. There's a couple of final comments that staff internally is going back and forth with the consultant, and we expect to finalize that very soon. I think I kind of talked about most of it. Other streets are being, like I said already, this subdivision we're taking a phased approach. We cannot do the entire subdivision at one time. Our budget doesn't allow it. Staff effort, there's going to be additional effort required, so we're looking at one street at a time to see what's the best approach is. So additional street are being evaluated for rehabilitation and or reconstruction as needed. And I'll take any questions.
All right, questions? I'm thinking Councilmember Medina.
You just picking on me because I live there. Okay, so back on the April 1st open house, I understand there was 25 in-person folks who showed up to kind of see the option 1 versus option 2, the 4-foot undercut versus the 1-foot undercut. And then after that, we had a survey sent out to my neighbors who weren't able to make it in. And of that, my understanding is we had 40 people respond to the survey. So 65 out of hundreds that deal with this problem every day. Does the decision to go with option 2 with the 1-foot undercut have anything to do with those 65 responses? Or was this a decision made through transportation, roads, public works, or a combination of both?
So I do want to be very clear about this. There was a language issue when we put out those surveys and the messaging boards. When the option 1 and option 2 says long-term versus short-term, it does not mean this is a long-term versus short-term solution. It merely means this is a long-term reconstruction timing versus a shorter term.
Right.
Because we want to minimize the impact to the community. We want people to have access. Because if you look at this construction, the contractor indicate that if we do the whole width, it would be the quickest for them to go in and out.
Right.
And we are going to excavate the road. We are going to reconstruct the sidewalk. So people are going to have limited access to their houses.
Right.
And we want to be mindful of that. Both option 1 and option 2 are long-term.
Right.
So option 1, which is the 4-foot undercut, it requires less maintenance because we're providing a deeper lime-treated structure, but option 2 will require more frequent maintenance and observations, and our public works are ready to do that. So,
but just for understanding of my neighbors who didn't get to respond or didn't get to come out, did their lack of response have an impact on the decision to go with option 1 versus option 2?
No. So we do have, I don't remember the percent of people that lived on Langley Street particularly that responded to that. But so all the responses indicate that they want the long-term solution, and this is what we're providing.
Okay.
And I understand there's a communication kind of disconnect there, but
Right.
I can guarantee that it's a long-term solution.
Yeah, no, I understood both were long-term from walking with you guys in the neighborhood and listening to the presentations and everything. I just wanted to make sure that my neighbors understood, what was coming and why this option would be better than the other. Because with option 1, with a 4-foot undercut, I know that whole segment of street is then shut down. So if you live half a block away from your next little road and you're carrying 20 bags of groceries home and you're old like me, then you've got to walk that far to get your groceries to the house.
Yeah,
because
understood.
your street is closed for that period of time. Versus with option 2, half of the road. So you still have the other side that you can drive on, park on, get around to at least get your things to your home and then get out of the way of your neighbors.
Yeah, I do think those details can be worked out even further with the 60%, and we will have additional effort to reach out to communities on those recommendations and possible impacts, what to expect.
Well, I definitely appreciate the time and effort that's going into all of this to make improvements. And we know it's definitely not a quick fix, as we've seen over the years. It's just substantially getting worse. So I know we all look forward to driving in the neighborhood on some safe roads here in the not so near but future. And I was actually happy to see at our last meeting when we did some of our recognitions that one of our own staff members lives in the neighborhood as well, and so he gets punished every day driving on those roads too. So,
yes.
This has been a long, long time coming. And I'm so appreciative that staff is addressing this issue. I used to live over there, but I drove my car and I drove my golf cart on there, and it's just, there's no way that could be good for cars. And with that, though, we're going to have such an inconvenience. So I'd like for you guys to try to think outside the box on how we can help alleviate the extra stress that's going to come to these residents. I mean, it's one thing if you live like in the middle versus like on the side. So that would be terrific if you guys could say, here's just a few solutions, and I don't know if we can do anything, but ultimately what we're looking at is digging 4 feet deep and people not having any access to their driveways. And so I need to make that clear because it's going to be messy, it's going to be hard, but it's 100% necessary.
We won't be going down 4 foot. We'll be going down 26 inches. But
Okay,
yeah,
even
so
better.
as shown on here, because one of the consideration, 4 foot is a safety concern.
Okay, because when we walked, I thought we originally said the 4, but now you're telling me it's only 26?
There were 2 options presented. They both give you long-term solution. And considering public safety and considering the construction timing and just disruption to homes, we're recommending this, given the condition that we are going to have to maintain more frequent. And this has been communicated with the Public Works, and we're on the same page.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councilmember McKinney?
Yeah, I'm glad to see this come up. This has been a top of conversation for a very long time. You're absolutely right. If you, would you let them borrow your golf cart? So
Yeah, they can,
the street to their house?
absolutely, I can show for them. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Up next, we have agenda item 12. Before we move forward, though, I do want to note that Zapata left at 9:05, and I'm kind of curious if we're going to do the last agenda item that's co-sponsored by her. Would you like to?
I can, yeah.
You can do it by
I
yourself?
take it. Yeah.
Perfect, okay. Number 12, receive a report, hold a discussion, and provide staff feedback regarding the Sunflower Circle updates. Item presenter, Mike Trimble.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. Mike Trimble, Director of Transportation Public Work. And so we have been looking at potential improvements on Sunflower Circle, so I wanted to give you an update on where that stands. We've been working with our staff to take a closer look at this and see how we can move something forward, because we know that it's long overdue to make improvements out there. Again, just some background for you in the community. As you know, Sunflower Circle currently is a gravel road on the east side of Kyle. Starts at Dacey Road and dead ends into residential properties. There actually is a circle at the end of it, where the circle comes from, I'm assuming. Council directed staff to explore potential improvements for this road to 2024. Council requested Sunflower Circle be added to the CIP, and then I think it was found that there was private property involved, and so there's segments of this that are private drive and segments of it that are actually public right of way. And this map really shows, kind of that patchwork that I've described of public and private. And so there is a public right-of-way associated with some of the city property that's out there. There actually is a county component as you get to Dacey, right at that entrance there. So there's actually a couple of different components to it. But because it's a patchwork, we want to be able to get out there and do an improvement and be able to maintain that long-term. So what our recommendation is to just make it all public right-of-way. So there's no confusion about what's public and what's private. And so the best way that we know to do that in a relatively efficient way is to get out and do survey and basically determine more accurately those private parcels versus the public parcels that are associated with the right-of-way, and then do quit claims and work with property owners on the quit claims, with the benefit to the property owners, of course, being an improved roadway. And so that's probably the quickest option for us to move forward and get something done. And then what we would do then is to do those improvements with city forces. And so we're working with our team, our Public Works team, Chris Arnold and his team, to look at what those costs are. But that's really kind of what we're looking at. The other thing is, if we look at expanding the road, I know it does narrow in certain places. If we look at expanding that would have impacts because of how close those properties and driveways in certain locations come up to the roadway, would have impacts. And so we're recommending go ahead and moving forward with improving the roadway with no widening at this time, but letting us further evaluate drainage impacts, utility impacts, and then we can see if in the future some potential widening might be warranted. But we'll have all those impacts in mind. But this is, again, moving forward with an improvement in the near term, given the current footprint of the roadway.
Okay. Anybody have any questions on this one? No. Okay, I'd like to be able to go ahead and address it. And I want to say, again, this has been a long-going issue that we have here. And yes, it is a combination of private and public. I am getting an understanding that whole area was actually annexed by the city almost 20 years ago. So why wouldn't that be considered then the private sector as far as that road goes? Why wouldn't the city had already at that time? Are we looking at just go ahead and just paving the entire road, the street itself, or we still have to get with those residents on that end?
Right. Yeah. I think just because we annexed the area doesn't mean that people vacated their private drives to the city, and so that would have to be through some type of action. Sometimes, typically, you would do that through like a replatting. So, for example, if there's a development going on or if there's an improvement going on, there might be a replatting in that area. We had talked to planning about that as an option, and I know that was being discussed as we were looking at some other options for what was going to be happening out there, potentially with Eastside Campus and some other things. But since some of those things are in question right now, we feel like the best option right now is just go back out and survey and then work with property owners to basically get a quick claim and just say, you agree that this is probably public right of way, it should be public right of way, and then get that basically turned over to the city.
Okay, sounds good. Any questions?
Yes. When this first came to my attention, I guess a little over a year ago, Tobias and I had a pretty good conversation. I was still very new on council and very enthusiastic. I was like, yeah, let's get this done. And the conversations that I had at that time, I was told that some of the landowners did not want to give up the property. So have we had conversations with the landowners to see if their opinion has changed, or are we talking about possible PCNs? What level are we considering going to finish this road out?
So my recommendation right now is to approach this in a very collaborative manner with property owners and basically just go back out and have that conversation. So first we want to verify what exactly we're talking about that is public and versus private. And once we have that information, just go out and start that conversation about, would they be willing to, if we come out, and again, the benefit being, we would come out and improve this roadway, we would improve the base and then put nice pavement over that so they have a nicer connection. Given that benefit, would they be willing to, provide a quitclaim deed or sign a quitclaim deed to basically, say this is public right of way? That would be the benefit. So we want to have that conversation and then just go through that process. If we do have some property owners that don't want to, participate in that, we can look at what to do at that point. But I want to approach this as very collaborative with the property owners along there, because we know that everybody needs that roadway improved. We're also going to be looking as part of this a potential additional access point connection to Sunflower Circle. And so I know one thing was looking at Amberwood potentially, or Dacey. And so we're trying to figure out another access point as well. So we're trying to provide some benefit to the residents in that community for better access, but also a better roadway improvement. So we want to come first and foremost with that, and then see if, where we can get as far as the conversations with the property and then potentially quitclaim action.
I had a hard time understanding their reluctance, but again, it's their property, and I wasn't willing to push it if they weren't willing to give it up. So hopefully, maybe it was just a miscommunication. I can't imagine why they wouldn't want an improved road that they don't have to maintain on their own. That's it seems like all benefit and no additional cost for them. So I would love to see this come together.
All right. Any other questions or comments? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, consider possible action, number 13, consider approval of task order 260101 to STV Incorporated for final design, bidding phase services, and construction phase services in the amount of $179,235 for the Daisy Lane and Downing Way intersection improvement projects. Item presenter, Ravali.
And Mayor, I'm sorry if you don't mind, after we finish with this one, do you mind if we move up agenda item number 21? I see Mr. Jimmy Johnson looking at his phone. We've had a major storm that happened. Maybe he needs to get going. I don't know for sure, but I just thought I'd just mention that if you're okay with that, we move your item up next. Okay.
That works
If you
for
don't
me.
mind. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I did not have to run this time. All right, as you just mentioned, I'm here to present a task order approval request for the Daisy Lane and Downing Way intersection improvements. And I know there's a few of you on the dais that are very eager about this, so just to give you a bit of background, in 2025, STV conducted an engineering study. Really, it was an update to a study that was conducted previously a few years ago to evaluate both the current and future traffic conditions and to develop recommendations for intersection improvements at the two intersections that you see there to the right, Daisy and Downing Way, or Daisy Lane and Downing Way, and Daisy Lane and Fountain Grove Drive. The premise of this project started from safety concerns that involved vehicle crashes, specifically at Daisy Lane and Downing Way, excessive speeding, and intersection conflicts with turning vehicles in and out of Downing Way onto Daisy Lane. And that deemed the project a high priority due to the frequency of the crashes and the conflicts that were occurring here. A temporary traffic signal is currently in place at this intersection, but it is a temporary traffic trailer mounted signal, so it's not reliable as it is powered through solar and tends to not be as reliable as we'd like it to be. Just to give you a bit of overview on the preliminary engineering report, or PER, STR looked at both traffic conditions that are out there currently, projected future volumes, and also analyzed traffic signalized intersection along with other intersection alternatives that would be viable. And based on the Texas Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices, TMUTCD to be short, and the warrant analysis requirements that are identified in TMUTCD, it does meet the traffic signal warrant criteria for a signal based on current 2025 traffic volumes. So it met warrants based on last year's traffic counts. Daisy Lane and Fountain Grove Drive does not have the same amount of volume thresholds to meet the signal warrants. So at this time, a signal improvement is not being recommended there, but that is something that it is expected to meet by 2045. And based on the intersection alternatives that were evaluated by STV, the signalization was identified as the recommended solution there. Just to dive into the proposed improvements a little bit, like I mentioned, we're proposing to have fully actuated, which is basically detection-based or sensor-based traffic signals at Daisy Lane and Downing Way, and to maintain the existing configuration of the side street stop control. So the stop control would be for Fountain Grove Drive at Daisy Lane. We're not proposing any lane configuration modifications at this time at this intersection. We expect the traffic signal to help improve operations and safety without having to add or modify any of the existing lanes at Daisy and Downing. The scope of work for this task order includes engineering and preparation of construction plans, specifications, and estimates, PSNE for short, subsurface utility engineering or SU investigations and survey so we can determine where to place the traffic signal poles, and also for the consultant to assist with the preparation of construction bid documents and review any proposals that come in subsequent to that. There'll also be scope to perform construction phase services for the installation of traffic signals, pedestrian ramps, all the pedestrian infrastructure, sidewalks, and any other infrastructure. The proposed cost is $179,235. And we're here with two options today. One is to approve the task order 260101 to STV Incorporated for final design, bidding phase services, and construction phase services in the amount of $179,235 for the Daisy and Downing intersection improvements, or to not approve the task order. We recommend, or staff recommends approval.
All right, thank you. Can we go back a couple slides? I want to.
Okay, tell me when to stop,
Keep
please.
going. Right here.
Oh, sorry.
Go forward. Okay, so where Downing Way has that stoplight, and this is more for council moving forward, because I see, is that supposed to be a roundabout by Fountain Grove and Daisy Lane?
The roundabout actually was going down right where the intersection was going to be.
If you're speaking about the dash circle, that was just to highlight the intersections that we're discussing. The dash circle doesn't actually mean anything other than a focal point.
I don't think there's been any talk about roundabouts in either of these intersections.
Yes, actually there was. We were supposed to have a roundabout at Downing and Daisy,
2 million.
regardless of the fact that there was a 2023 report that stated a roundabout was the least viable option. That did not change until this year. So when we move forward with our roundabouts, I am going, and this is kind of off the subject, I thought that was a roundabout for by Fountain Grove, but I just want to make it very clear that when we move forward with our roundabouts, we need to honor our ordinance and ensure that we're getting these traffic reports. Because even with a traffic report that said this is the least viable option, our city was willing to spend $2 million for a roundabout as opposed to what the report stated should be a signal. That's it.
In the year and a half I've been here, we've only talked about a light at that intersection.
I can give you the report and the email that stated otherwise.
A couple of years ago, when we were talking about the intersections and the roundabouts that was going to go through Kyle, actually, the community impact did put out the specific areas of where roundabouts were going to go, right? I think this was roundabout number 9, if I'm not mistaken. Or
I do know the exhibit you're talking about. I do not remember
Yeah.
the sequencing and the locations offhand.
Yeah, this was actually going to be a roundabout, and that's why a lot of the residents were all up in arms about it, because of all these issues we had here. So how we got this temporary lights was, ironically, Culver's Crossing got a brand-new intersection put up, and then those temporary lights ended up being moved over here. Because these temporary lights that we have up at Lehman and Bunton, and we have over here at this area, I'm just letting you know for the history, those lights were to be utilized when we started our road bond projects, to be able to help direct traffic as we start closing down the roads. So these lights that we have up, we've had over there at Lehman and Bunton by that high school, it's been there for 5 years now, wasn't only supposed to be there. So it's ironic that, well, I just want people to understand, when we're looking at street lights, the cost of it was under $200,000. That includes a pedestrian. When we're looking at roundabouts, like Flores Kells, the mayor saying, those are in the projection between $2 to $3 million a piece. And on some of those.
I just want to clarify that the $179,000 in
Mhm.
changes for design services.
So design
does not
service.
include construction.
So we're looking at probably at least around 6 or so.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
last time I looked at traffic signal construction costs for an ad hoc single intersection were anywhere between 600 to 800,000, depending
Yeah.
on what else,
Yeah.
what other elements in addition to signals.
Okay. But I do appreciate this, because the last time that we talked about this, when we got the traffic study, we had 26 accidents at that intersection there. And what really got is when a teenager got T-boned on the side and threw him out. And I remember I went live feed and actually recorded it, and that's how we got going. But I do appreciate you guys, your team looking into this, so that way we can look at this going. So since it's at 179, and I know we got another one that's coming up pretty shortly here, how are we looking on the finances, Mr. Pervez, to be able to approve this item if we have this funding available?
So, Mayor Pro Tem, the plan has been that when we do intersection improvements, especially at these two locations, it will be paid with contractual or certificates of obligation. We would issue debt for it.
Okay.
Didn't know that. So we don't.
It was in the backup.
Well, no, well, get it, but I didn't know that still. Like, I was here 3 years ago when that was supposed to be already constructed. The temporary lights were meant to be temporary. And so,
it'll be less debt because we're not doing roundabout at that
Right.
location.
okay, well, let's let her go. With that, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 13.
Second.
I have a motion by myself and a second by Councilmember McKinney. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, up next, we are going to bring up agenda item 21. Okay, consider approval of a resolution authorizing the interim city manager to execute a memorandum of understanding with the Texas Department of Emergency Management, authorizing participation in the Texas Emergency Management Assistant Team Program, establishing responsibilities and procedures. Item presenter, Jimmy Johnson.
Mayor and council, thank you. Thank you, Councilman, appreciate that. I've been monitoring the weather all night
Yeah,
to make
I-
sure we weren't going to have to do
Exactly.
anything with our
That's
meeting.
why I wanted to make sure that if you need to get going, sir, we help you on
It's
that.
pretty much passed through. We're on the backside of it, so
Yeah.
we should be good this evening. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Tonight, I bring before you consideration of approval of a resolution to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the Texas Department of Emergency Management as a participating agency in the Texas Emergency Management Assistant Team's programming on behalf of Chief Barnett. A little bit of background in reference to this. Established by the state of Texas in around 2014, the emergency management team concept brought together specialized discipline-specific emergency response personnel as assets in a framework that can be utilized throughout the state, both locally, regionally, and statewide, to provide assistance in time of an emergency or a critical incident. TMAP brings together a roster of pre-trained individuals. Individuals from our city participating could be anything from heavy equipment operators to GIS analysts, to law enforcement agency representatives, public safety operating people such as our dispatchers, or incident management team members such as myself to participate in these statewide activations where resource management and needs of smaller localities get overwhelmed very quickly. Through this MOU, it allows jurisdictions to allow employees to be deployed as a state asset during that time, at which time the state covers all expenses and costs associated with that deployment and any backfill opportunities or obligations that a city may have. Additionally, cities have the ability to recoup 5% for administrative costs to handle any type of the paperwork. The state, when they activate these emergency teams, they bring subject matter experts together under one umbrella, such as teams that are related to incident management, our USAR search and rescue teams, and these support elements would come from a variety of entities that this memorandum would allow us to do. If we enter into this memorandum, it's a 5-year commitment that can be rescinded at any time by both parties with the 30-day written notice. But the obligation would be for us to prepare to meet the obligation of a 5-year commitment with that. Staff are only deployed when they are available. There's no mandate for us to send if a request happens. It's up both to the city to allow that to happen and a staff member to be willing to go for the deployments. Once a deployment has been completed, they're usually a 7 to a 14-day deployment obligation. We have approximately 45 days before we receive reimbursement back from the state for each of those type of things. Salary personnel are covered throughout this policy, so it's just not hourly employees. They break that rate down so that we ensure that personnel are adequately compensated for tracking purposes during the reimbursable deployments. There is really no fiscal impact or cost to the city associated with being a participatory agency in this program, and we will endorse moving forward with recouping 100% of any costs that are associated that is outlined with inside the obligations of the MOU. There are several options for the council to consider. Approval of the resolution as presented, approval of the resolution with modifications, or denial of the resolution participating in the TMAT programming. It is staff's recommendation that we authorize the MOU with TDM to be a participating agency for TMAT deployment.
All right, thank you. Any Councilmember
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem.
This is why I support this on this end for here, so you can have an understanding what TMAT does. In the event we have, like, let's say we had the flooding over there in Camp Mystic and all that, okay?
Yes, sir.
We were not able to send any of our officers or any of our public works people because we are not part of this agreement.
That is correct.
What this agreement would do, it would allow the city to be able to be reimbursed 100%, but it's also a voluntary situation where any city employee, whether they're public works, whether they work a backhoe or a dump truck, our city police, anybody that's any kind of administration or finances, or anybody that has to do with our dispatchers, if we have another natural disaster that the state is calling for all hands on deck, we will be part of this program here to where we can, if the employee is available at the time and would be willing to go, they will be dispatched as a group, like, you send your group of people, whether it's the public works, whatever it is, and they will be sent to this area. Of course, anybody that has specialized license training will benefit from that, to where we could be able to send out our people to other cities and have that collaboration on that end. Also, I understand that if there was ever any overtime that needs to, let's say an officer needs to be deployed and they need to be covered for overtime, that another employee could be able to cover their shift and they would be covered under that as well?
That is correct. We have the ability to seek reimbursement for any backfill positions that are required during that deployment.
So let's say we send about 5 public works personnel to an area that needs to use dump trucks or bulldozers or whatever for any kind of cleanup. And back here at the city, if there's a job that needs to be done, they need to be paid overtime. The state will be able to reimburse the city on that end through the state funds. And I think it's like a 45-day turnaround that the city would be able to get reimbursed from that end, 100%. So I think it'd be good that we kind of work with this program, because you never know when emergencies might happen. As we saw earlier, saw that huge storm that was coming in. Let's say that happens to us. We would have other departments in other cities coming and helping us out on that end. And I think that'd be a good collaboration for a lot of the cities to do.
And it is not unusual for area participation with this. Our Hays County ESD 5, as well as our Emergency Service District ES9 with the paramedic side of the house, there are participating agencies. So our sister agencies that are here in the city of Kyle and Hays County are already members of this association.
Yep.
Motions?
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve agenda item number 21, please, as written.
Second? Okay. I got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Tobias and a second by Councilmember McKinney. Any questions? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Mayor and
it.
Council. Appreciate it.
Thank you. We're going to go back to agenda.
Be safe
item-
out there, sir.
Agenda item 14, consider approval of a resolution providing staff direction for the city's 2026 4th of July event. Item presenter, Jesse Elizondo.
Evening, Mayor and Council. I have a resolution before you tonight regarding some items we need direction from council for the July 4th celebration within the city. And so the first one is related to fireworks. It's pretty straightforward. I'll go through it pretty quickly and get direction from council. The other is related to enforcement that goes along with the fireworks that go along throughout the city, which has been a little bit of a more complicated issue, and we can talk through that. We'll take them one at a time. So a little bit of background. I know the council knows the background on our 4th of July because they are there and I see them there every single year. But for anyone watching that doesn't know, the city has hosted a 4th of July fireworks for the last 8+ years. In 2023, staff added a live performance with some very small vendor operations right near the Hayes Performing Arts Center parking lot. In 2024, the event was enlarged even more through council direction to have not only live performances, but also family-friendly activities, live entertainment, and a fireworks display at La Verde Park. I think that year it was actually, the fireworks were shot off from the golf course, but it was a much larger event, and the budget that year was also increased for that. 2025, if you all remember, we had a big rainstorm, not unlike tonight, that came through right during the 4th of July. We made the decision to close that down based on multiple factors, but those fireworks at no cost were moved to City Fest later in the year, and which they weren't planned for City Fest, and I think that was probably something the community enjoyed when we had fireworks at an event that they weren't planned for. And then this year in 2026, the budget for this event, which we'll talk about in just a second, was $150,000. As the budget shortfall this year was being unveiled last month, the previous city manager put in a 10% cost reduction plan across the board for all the city departments. This event, through the Parks Department, looking at that 10%, was one that they identified that they could do some cost reduction on, specifically with the vendors and the live performances and the bands. And so that has been done, and we'll walk through that very quickly. But that reduction has been done for this event. The only thing remaining for this event is a $47,500 fireworks, this 20-minute fireworks display that was also planned with this event. It was held off because we wanted to talk to council, as we are tonight, on whether we do these fireworks or not. There are some support costs along with this, that this is all related to parks and PD overtime that is related to putting on that fireworks display. But I want to be very clear, the family-friendly activities, the music entertainment, the vendors, and the food trucks, per the direction of our previous city manager for that 10% across the board reduction, has taken place. That has that $86,500 of that $150,000 has already been pulled back for reduction for budgetary constraints. As all events within Parks and Recreation, we would love to come to council and said, we have different levels of scaling this event. However, as you all know, when you're dealing with live music, when you're dealing with vendors, there's a ramp up time to getting all of those to come out. It's usually a long ramp up time. So really before you tonight, as far as the fireworks is concerned, is just the $47,500 for the 20-minute fireworks display and the support costs. A few things to talk through. One, I just mentioned that we looked at different levels of this, but getting all of the vendors there and the live performances would be, we don't have the ramp up time for July 4th. The other consideration was alternatives, like a drone show instead of fireworks. Those typically, we had one at Kyle Fair. It was beautiful, very cool. They're typically around the same cost of fireworks, and even if you could find one that was a little bit less, the ramp up time for getting those in a month is probably very difficult to do. So that's probably not an option as well. And so we were looking at different ways to maybe enhance it if council wanted to. Ultimately, really what we're looking at, and this is a site map that we can go through if we need to, but ultimately what we're really looking at is fireworks or no fireworks and the costs related to it. This is a breakdown of those, and we can go through it if you all want to in more detail, but essentially you have the fireworks at $47,500 for the 20-minute display, and then a breakdown of what those alternate costs are. I will also point out and give credit to the Kyle Fire Department. They do on-site fire prevention. It is a no cost to the city. It's something they do for us, but certainly they have costs that they're eating on their end to do that. We thank them. They've done it every year. And then Kyle PD also has traffic control, some on-site security, and weather monitoring that is some of it's taken care of in-house and some of it's overtime. So there's some cost for them as well for this event. It's probably in the thousands, but I just wanted to make that clear as far as the indirect cost. So we'll start with fireworks, and I have our parks team, Chris Escoto and Amy Garcia here if we want to get into more details on the event or some of the cost breakdowns. And then I also have our Assistant Chief, Pedro, who can, when we get to the police enforcement, he can walk through maybe some of those more details on some of the costs. I believe the chief might be online, but I'm not sure. We'll start with fireworks and the discussion on fireworks. Essentially, we're talking about $47,500 for the display and around $16,000 for support costs just for the fireworks display in Kyle.
All right, thoughts, ideas. It's the 250th anniversary. Like, it would be taboo. It would be bad if we didn't do it. So I'm all for the fireworks. I'd like to try to reach out to a couple of people and see if we can get donations. I know we've had donations for the Veterans Day parade ones before, and we've done the fireworks before, so seeing what we can do as council members to kind of beg for some money. you
We
know?
can work with Parks and Rec and see if maybe sponsorships or something like that might be. I'm not sure. It might be, a quick turnaround, but we can talk to the.
I
Parks
think
Department.
historically HEB does donate something. Okay,
Well,
thoughts?
I think with the collective resources of the city, we could probably wrangle up $47,000 in donations if we really worked hard at it.
Agreed. Councilmember
And there's not
Burns?
very much that this red-blooded American male loves doing, blowing
No,
stuff
he's
up.
gonna pay for it out of his check. Okay, so we got the fireworks.
That sounds good. And
Yes.
also just as far as the resolution, we have a blanks in the resolution right now. So whatever council's direction is in the motion for the resolution, we'll fill out and get it taken care of. So that,
So before we move forward too far, I'm curious as to, can we have this event at Lake Kyle? We have historically had it at Plum Creek, and we've paid a pretty penny, and we've had it at La Verde. I would like to see it move around in different areas. Lake Kyle is a beautiful area. People can bring their blankets and their, picnic baskets and come and enjoy a show.
I think the high-level answer is we can have it anywhere that has the space and provides for the safety to shoot them off. I don't know if our parks team has ever looked at doing it at Lake Kyle. You,
What would be the cost difference, you think?
Chris Escoto, Deputy Director. So we have looked at that, various parks, really the infrastructure itself. What we need is a clearance area. So keep in mind, Lake Kyle is close to homes, so we have pets, have people. That's been a concern currently with La Verde Park, that we have residences just nearby. But overall, as long as we have the proper clearance, we are able to successfully launch those, and we will need to speak to our vendor a little bit more and just confirm all the safety elements. But Lake Kyle Park, Steeplechase, I mean, those are all various avenues that we could further explore and come back to council with more answers.
I know one year we did them at Greg Clark Park, and it was amazing. So there's houses over there, there's apartments at La Verde. I get there's limitations all
Ultimately,
the
it's
way
just a
around.
proper clearance, because if like fire or whatever happens, we just got to have the proper emergency services to respond to that.
When we had the Pie in the Sky, they would shoot off the fireworks there at Lake Kyle. So it's definitely possible.
Yeah, definitely possible, and we'll be able to come back if that's the desire of council.
Councilmember Harris?
So there's a significant difference in parking at all of the different sites that we just talked about. Would you like to address that? I think at Lake Kyle, we would have to do shuttles.
Yeah, something similar that we did for the fair. And can you tell me how many people were in attendance at the fair, please?
Amy Garcia, Assistant Director for the Parks and Recreation Department. So to answer your first question, we had about 19,000. We got our Placer AI reader information back. So 19,000 is what we had estimated for the Kyle Fair this year, which was a substantial increase from 2025. And then to answer Councilmember Harris's question, we do have, that would be additional costs. We would need to provide the shuttles from the two separate locations, make sure Lehman would allow us to utilize their parking lot. Steeplechase is city-owned, so then we just need to confirm transportation. To answer the other question about the location, yes, we did used to launch from Lake Kyle. I would say that we did get a lot of feedback at that time from the residents in the area, again, for the animals and the residents, just from the loud noise. We also have the Plum Creek conservation area, so we would also need to get permission from them to be able to launch that. There is a lot of debris that comes from these fireworks that will end up back in that lake, depending on what way the wind is, what direction it's coming from. So we are more than happy to go further investigation into Lake Kyle, but I just want to make you all aware of that.
Okay, thank you.
I think what we could do, if the council wants to put that in the resolution, that the desire would be to a certain location, if it's not the location that we currently have, and then staff could go and investigate and get an answer back to council very quickly.
Okay. So what does that motion look like? Do we need to
So
amend?
perfect segue with talking about the animals and the debris. The second kind of portion we need direction on from the council is the enforcement of the noise ordinances and just the commotion that's caused by the fireworks. It's a bit tricky. There's a lot of, there's a lot of people on one side, and a lot of people on the other side. Certainly, we understand the noise, and we understand the animals that get frightened. So we wanted to get council's feedback. I know in years past, there has been higher enforcement during the 4th of July and lower enforcement depending on the year. There is also additional cost to having officers out over time across the city, ready to respond right away specifically to that. If we add code enforcement in, and if we add animal services in and having them around the city, those costs, I believe we did an estimate, it's somewhere around $10,000 to $11,000 in overtime and costs for having people out. We really, from a city standpoint, we understand both sides, and we're just looking for council direction as far as how you guys feel on that issue as well.
Well, I've previously spoken to Chief Barnett and got like a map of where most of the complaints come from. And I don't know if we could maybe focus on those areas. I mean, I think the complaints are they're legit. They're every year. I mean, people are really upset. You can read it on Facebook. They email us. I would like some compliance. And I know that's tough, especially for the officers, but I think it's necessary because I don't think residents take us seriously when we say there is a fee if you're caught popping off these fireworks. And I don't want to be the ugly stepmother, but I also want to make sure that we're looking out for the residents who are negatively affected by that.
No, we totally understand. I mean, as a city, we see the debris and we see the noise and we get the complaints, but and then also we see the fireworks going off and the people going to view them and loving them, and so heard, Mayor. That's a good point.
All right, comments, feedback, motions?
For the enforcement, I would just say for the motion, maybe if it's the desire is to focus on those specific areas, I think that's probably good for I think that's good direction for the police department.
I was going to ask Chief Bernays, if you didn't mind, how many officers do you think you and Chief Barnett will need that day? Because I know we're talking about overtime and Gooding as well. Maybe you might have some ideas of where we're at, because if we do have the two consideration locations, La Verde, or we decide to maybe try Lake Kyle, there's going to be two different types of patrolling and security procedures on either way, but then also to respond to the city as a whole. And it is going to be a very big celebration weekend. So just kind of wanted to see from y'all's point of view, what are you guys looking at? What are you gentlemen looking at?
Pedro Hernandez, Assistant Chief of Police for the record. So some of the information I have, it covers the police operations as it pertains to the city event, the fireworks show. And then the other part pertains to the requested response for the calls for firework calls, right? Regardless of location, and of course we did our estimates, based on La Verde location, we anticipate having to utilize about 16 officers for traffic control, for certain designated intersections, for the maintaining the roadways clear as people pull over to try to view the fireworks show. Then one of the other options is if we do like a citywide, like all hands on deck, if we want to address and patrol. What we've done in years past is we've added additional police officers, and we estimated probably about 8 additional officers. In years past, we've also partnered with Public Works, with the parks, with code enforcement, and certainly I can't speak for other departments, so that's not what I'm trying to do right now. I don't know what the resources are, personnel or whatnot, but in the past, that was one approach that we took, where employees from Public Works and code enforcement were also out patrolling and monitoring and preemptively meeting with residents that they saw out there maybe preparing to shoot fireworks, and educating them on the ordinance and the extra police presence. And then if they had any further issues, they would contact an officer. Now those staff members, police and others, would be designated to respond only to firework calls. Now that doesn't guarantee that we'll get to all of them, We'll get to most of them, and there may be some delays. Another option is to not bring in any other city staff and just bring in additional officers, probably approximately 8 officers again. And again, their primary responsibility would be to respond to complaints of firework calls. Now, if another emergency arises, they obviously would be pulled from that assignment to assist patrol with emergency calls. And the animal control portion as well, we've looked at that, and in talking to our supervisor, where they see most of the issues come up is the next morning, after some of the dogs have gotten out overnight. That's where they see the most issue and the most calls. But we could look at different options. Do we put animal control on duty that night? Do we put them on call? And then the next day we'll have them regularly staff the regular hours that they normally operate. The estimated cost for overtime, of course, 4th of July is considered a premium holiday for all sworn under their meet and confer agreement. So that does automatically guarantee their overtime rate no matter how many hours they work that day. Our estimate is probably over close to $11,000 and that's just for police personnel.
We would add the call services of the 16,000 plus the 47, and then an additional 11,000 possibly for.
That's right. I think 11 was if we did citywide full enforcement. If we did spot enforcement as the mayor was saying, on the specific locations, probably a little bit cheaper, but yes, that would be the correct breakdown.
Okay. All right. Anybody have anything? Councilmember Medina.
Question, Assistant Chief. I know Mayor mentioned there was a couple of higher target areas where fireworks normally go off at. Being this is going to be 250-year celebration, and being that 4th of July, this is going to be on a Saturday this year, do you anticipate higher partier rates and fireworks rates, longer fireworks into the night rates for this year, for the celebration?
I do anticipate that. Historically, last year we received 68 calls for service specifically related to fireworks. And then being that it's a Saturday night, historically in 2025, our patrol staff averages about 112 calls for service on just an average Saturday night. So you add the firework calls, it nearly doubles the calls for service. And yes, you're right, it being the 250th anniversary, I would anticipate more calls for service.
Recommendation from enforcement side, would you recommend citywide enforcement if we're going to enforce, or still stick to the spot areas?
Well, I would have to look at that map and see what subdivisions were highlighted as.
I haven't seen it either.
But almost every subdivision, we're going to receive calls for service.
Mhm.
Almost every part of town, almost every subdivision, every year, we get numerous calls for service pertaining to fireworks. So we're still going to have to take a citywide approach. We're going to get calls citywide.
Right.
Now, we can start off with putting those designated officers in those subdivisions, but we're going to have to split the city up, and we're going to have to put teams of officers
Mhm.
so they can respond to every subdivision within a reasonable response time.
And when you mentioned the possibility of delegating some of it out to other departments, what does that look like if someone from Parks is going out on a call for fireworks violation?
So we'd be partnering with them, and we wouldn't just be necessarily delegating. And if it comes to any enforcement action or they get somebody confrontational, they immediately back up and call for police. But what it looked like the year that we implemented that was we had members of the Public Works team and members of code enforcement, and they were out patrolling subdivisions. And if they saw somebody setting up about to ignite some fireworks, they would approach them, identify themselves, remind them and educate them that it's against city ordinance violation and that we have a heavier police presence this year, and they would ask them to put the fireworks up. If people complied, then that was it. They moved on to the
Right.
next one. If not, then they would call for a police officer to respond.
And do you know off the top of your head, when you utilized that at that time, was it cost savings, or was it still a substantial cost to
Well, it's, I don't know that it would have been a cost savings because we had to
Okay.
utilize, members from other departments. So
But that came out of their funding?
that came out of their budget is my
Okay.
understanding, yes.
Okay.
And
It'd be interesting, I know we have a short period of time between now and the 4th of July, but it'd be interesting to see what, if any, budgeting would be available in some of the other departments to see if they could participate and help out.
The direction you needed?
Did it? No.
Well, Mayor, we need a motion, so I think
Okay.
you'll have good direction, and we just need to
Okay.
put it into a motion.
So Mayor, my suggestion, if we're looking at a different location than the one that was presented, would be perhaps to put a preferred location in the resolution and then set La Verde as the backup, so that way we can inform council which way we're going, but maybe not have to come back on the 16th for another vote if Lake Kyle is not feasible.
Okay. All right, anyone gonna make a motion? Okay, I will.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be real honest, I'm not feeling well, I'm getting ready to leave in just a minute.
Yep.
And so I apologize, I tried to stick around as long as I
Yeah.
could. So I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item
Number 14.
number 14. And then with Lake Kyle in the resolution.
Lake Kyle is a
Yes.
preferred location, La Verde
Yes,
is a
and then-
backup.
Yes, exactly.
And you'll see the cost difference on both, and then we can go from there. And if that's not going to work, then La Verde, we'll go with that.
All right, do I get a second?
And enforcement in the key areas that are that have been identified.
Yes.
Yes.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion by myself and a second by Councilmember Medina. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion
Thank you all very
passes
much.
6-0, thank you.
Yeah.
Um,
And Chief, real quick, do you know by chance, will your communications department will do some kind of briefing or like a PSA for the 4th of July to kind of let people know this is what's expected and so forth?
That's a great question, Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem. With events like this or initiatives like this, I think education, enforcement, and messaging is very important. And so what we'll, from the police standpoint, what we'll ask our PIO to do is, put the messaging out on all our social media, on our website. We'll be proactive in announcing, violation and, the violation of city ordinance and announcing, extra police presence that evening. We'll remind the citizens of the dangers associated with, igniting fireworks. And then, we will also work with the city's communication team and ask them to put out similar messaging out on their social media platforms and the city website. And, we can also explore options. And I can't speak for other departments, but we will work with, if utility and billing, if there's a possibility of making some note or announcement on utility bills that's a violation. And then we can check with code enforcement also in previous years. Now, I don't know if they'll have enough time to acquire the signs, if they still have the signs or where the signs still exist, but we would have code enforcement in past years put out signs in front of subdivisions, certain key areas in the city, throughout the city.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. I appreciate it.
And with that, the time is 10:07. I'm going to head home. I'm gonna let Mayor Pro Tem Tobias, do you want to sit over here in the middle? Get on over here.
Sure.
Okay, my apologies. I've been under the weather, so. And if you guys want to postpone yours, you can, and if you want to move forward, I'm okay with it too. Thank you.
We'll get through this. All right, Mayor Pro Tem, for the record, taking over the meeting. Okay, so next thing we're going to have is agenda item number 15. It's going to consider the approval of a resolution approving the proposed amendment to the program year 2025 annual action plan for the U.S. Department of Housing, Urban Development, Community Development Block Grant Program, and reallocating $277,869 to the CDBG funding from Quail Ridge Water Improvement Project to the Brent Boulevard and Park Steeplechase Sidewalk Improvement Project. And this presenter will be Ms. Kayla Sharp.
Good evening, Mayor Pro
Pro Tem and Council, Kayla Sharp, Senior Planner. So tonight I'll be presenting a proposed amendment to our Community Development Block Grant Annual Action Plan for Program Year 2025.
Kayla, is your mic on?
Yes, it is, but I can scoot it forward. Thank you. Kyle is identified as an entitlement city by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, and we receive funding annually through the CDBG program. The amount of each entitlement is determined by a statutory formula, and then within the constraints of each, within the statutory constraints of the HUD programs, the city then develops its own programs and funding priorities. Federal law requires us to create an annual action plan outlining how the city will use those funds. We must consult with citizens, community organizations, and stakeholders. Public input helps determine the best use of these federal dollars, and then we develop our own programs and funding priorities within those federal guidelines. Why we're here, upon further review of the currently approved Quail Ridge wastewater installation project, it was determined that the project would not be able to be completed within the time frame required by HUD. So we are now proposing an amendment to the approved Program Year 2025 Annual Action Plan. This is going to be considered a substantial amendment due to a change in project type, location, and beneficiary methodology. We've provided opportunities for public comment in accordance with our citizen participation plan, and with approval of this item, we're requesting funding to be reallocated to a sidewalk project benefiting low and moderate income areas in the city. Just a brief timeline, last August, this annual action plan was approved by council and submitted to HUD. It was then approved by HUD in December. Around the February timeframe, we determined an amendment would be needed to shift gears from the wastewater project to a sidewalk project. We had a public comment period March through April, and also held a public meeting at a Planning and Zoning Commission meeting in April. Here's an overview of the currently approved project for the Quail Ridge wastewater improvements. This was going to be installation of first-time wastewater service in the Quail Ridge subdivision. This was an infrastructure project under the non-housing community development program, and it was the same allocation of $277,869. Our proposed project is the Brent Boulevard and Park at Steeplechase sidewalk improvements. This will consist of construction and replacement of sidewalks, ADA-compliant curb ramps, and related pedestrian safety improvements along Brent Boulevard and within the Park at Steeplechase subdivision. And it's the same allocation of $277,869. Again, we're requesting that the funds are reallocated from the wastewater infrastructure project to the sidewalk improvements. I do want to reassure you the Quail Ridge wastewater improvement project is still in the planning phase. It would just no longer utilize CDBG funding. If this amendment is approved, planning will then coordinate with the Transportation and Public Works teams to further refine the project scope within the defined area and within our allocation for the CDBG funds. The project will be engineered and bid in accordance with federal regulations, and a contract will be brought forward to council for consideration at a later date. Compliance with our sidewalk master plan and CDBG. There was a gap along Brent Boulevard that was identified in our sidewalk master plan. That gap has since been resolved by our Transportation and Public Works teams. However, during a recent field review of the area, there were some curb ramps and sidewalk segments that are likely in need of replacing. This proposal is also compliant with HUD requirements. As you can see here, sidewalks are identified as a top priority need based on our adopted 5-year consolidated plan. And it is also in an eligible low to moderate income area. A low and moderate income benefit area is any area where at least 50% of the residents are below the threshold for low to moderate income persons as defined by HUD. This area has a low to moderate income population of about 65%, so it meets that threshold for HUD requirements. This is also an activity eligible under public facilities and improvements. Some community benefits would be improved pedestrian safety, ADA accessibility improvements, increased walkability, and it supports the goals of our consolidated plan and is an investment in an eligible LMI area. We've provided public notice in accordance with HUD guidelines and our citizen participation plan and provided an opportunity for public comment. We did not receive any public comments during those time periods. Next steps, if approved, we will submit this revision to HUD for their review and approval, and again, work with Transportation and Public Works to refine the scope and bring forward a contract at a later date. Any questions?
Do we have any questions first? Okay, Dr. Harris.
I would be interested in how this particular site was chosen. Steeplechase has had a great number of improvements lately, a lot of money, in fact, going into that neighborhood. There are neighborhoods on the east side that have no sidewalks that are even lower income. So I'm wondering if this is the best use of our CDBG funds, where we could be using it for true low-income neighborhoods with no sidewalks.
We did review with Transportation and Public Works before choosing this area specifically. They had identified some areas that were in need of improvement, so that's why that area specifically was chosen.
Where did it rank on our sidewalk master plan and condition of sidewalks?
On the sidewalk master plan, the only thing that was listed on there was the one gap, which we did discover had been
Rectified.
installed. But again, there are some curb ramps and sidewalk segments within that subdivision that are in need of improvement.
Council, this project, our sidewalk master plan also looked at gaps. So if there was sidewalk existing on one side of the street but not on the other, then that particular area did not rank as high as, an area where there might have been a sidewalk. We also chose this location because of timing. We're up against some deadlines with HUD in order to get these funds spent. And so it was a project that we felt was, pretty much shovel ready that we could go forward with and move forward and get these constructed.
I'm disappointed that we're not using these in a true low-income neighborhood.
This does meet the LMI
I know
threshold.
it meets the
Yes.
criteria.
Yes.
But we have neighborhoods that have no sidewalks that are much more low income. And, even our neighborhoods on back of the square have no sidewalks.
Another goal of this program is it is a federal program. So anytime you introduce these federal dollars, you federalize the project, which means more administration. It just costs a lot more to do the project overall. And so the goal is to find a project that's small enough where we can spend, over 100% of the funds, but not too large where we're not spending a whole lot of our own money on administration and making sure we're meeting the federal guidelines. So fitting a project into the HUD guidelines is just a little bit more nuanced than, just picking a project that, like the Quill Bridge project. It's a little more complicated. It's going to take more time. It's going to be a lot more money. It's more appropriate for, a wastewater CIP program than it is for this.
So this is our second or third year of receiving HUD funds?
This is our second year.
Second year, so we're new at this. I would like for us to plan better in the future and use these funds in true low-income neighborhoods that have serious deficits. We don't have to allocate it, frankly, to sidewalks, since we've chosen to do so. Not a bad use of money. Along 150, there are no sidewalks and kids walk along there all the time. It's very dangerous. There are areas that are very dangerous. This is not a dangerous area. So I would like for us to do better planning in the future for these funds. They can be used, like I said, for a variety of purposes. It doesn't have to be sidewalks, but I can understand that this is a pretty good choice for that.
Right.
Member McKinney.
I don't disagree with your sentiments about we could find greater need neighborhoods for sidewalks. I will say that I feel like this is a better use for these funds than what we previously allocated them for. I had some concerns about how long it was going to take before there was actual, community benefit. in the Quail Ridge project. I feel like this is going to be an almost immediate benefit. One of my questions is there any concern that HUD's going to give us any speed bumps or anything with reallocating these funds?
There is a process to submitting an amendment, and they're very good about reviewing and helping us with any corrections, if any corrections are needed. So they've been great to work with. There's not maybe quite as many speed bumps as some other federal projects that I'm sure we've taken on as a city, but there definitely are some, and we have a good working relationship with our reps to make any corrections needed.
Yeah, I think this is going to have a greater impact on more residents than what we were previously going to.
And to your
allocate it towards.
point, Councilmember Harris, current staff also feels as though we could have done a better job planning these projects out and giving some more thought into that. And we're definitely committed to doing that in the next year and years to come.
Thank you.
Absolutely. We're about to begin the process for our next program year, so that's definitely something we'll be taking into consideration as well.
Okay, on this side? Any questions? Okay, my thought process is I do agree with you, Dr. Harris. There are other areas in the city that don't have sidewalks. I know, especially in District 2, you have like 2nd and 3rd Street. You have a lot of residents that have been here for many, many years that don't have that sidewalk in front of their house. And I'm wondering, the thought process is why this was also chosen, and like you said, I know we're going to do better planning. Well, it's because these sidewalks in Steeplechase are already established, and they're needing to be just repaired. Because if we look at going to another section on the west side here, especially there, you're looking at concept design, you're looking at possible eminent domain process, you're looking at having to extend the street out. So it could be just a little bit more of a process, which requires more funding because you're actually building new sidewalks on an area to where you're going to need to require additional funding to be able to provide for that versus in Steeplechase where there are areas where the sidewalks are falling apart. It is an older neighborhood. You may not have gotten a lot of feedback because they don't have an HOA, so it's kind of hard to go knock on doors or send out mailers or something like that or a Facebook page because Steeplechase doesn't have that. So maybe that's kind of where we're at. And to go back to what they're saying, we can start planning ahead with the master sidewalk plan to start looking into designing newer sidewalks for that side of town. Correct?
Yes, absolutely, Mayor Pro Tem Tobias. That's exactly what we're going to do in Steeplechase is improve the existing sidewalks that are uneven and not as safe and not ADA any longer. And so to your point, that's exactly doing brand new sidewalks does introduce more issues, drainage, right-of-way acquisition, more costs.
And yeah, then this was just, we're offered 277, we can be able to get this, and this was an area that was identified, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, anybody else have any other questions? Okay. Do we want to go ahead and make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve agenda item number 15.
Okay, motion was made by Councilmember Mark McKinney. Any second?
Second.
Okay. Second by Courtney Goza?
By Medina.
Medina, I'm sorry. Second by Councilmember Medina for the approval. Okay, all those, any other discussions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Okay. Motion passes 5-1. Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to keep on moving on to agenda item number 16. Consider
5-1
the.
or 4-1? Did we have a nay? Okay, 5-0 then?
5-0, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it is. I'm sorry. Did I say nothing?
You said 5-1.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. 5-0. My bad. Okay, we're moving on to agenda item number 16. Consider the approval of a resolution regarding an exception request by Park at Plum Creek at the Vibe Trail. Lighting requirements for a segment of trail along Kohler's Crossing under sections 410, 441, 416, and F in the City of Kyle Code of Ordinances in relation to a site development permit ST 250280, located at 1010, 1020, and 1030 Coles Crossing Park at Plum Creek, Phase 3 in the Plum Creek mixed-use zoning. And then we have Mr. Jason Luntz, interim planning director.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I also like to mention that we're actually going to open both items. I'm going to do one presentation, and you'll see why, and I'll explain here
Okay, so
shortly.
you want me to go ahead and open up agenda
Yes,
item number
sir.
17 to consider the approval of the site development plan for Park and Plum Creek Phase 3, proposed shell buildings located at 1010, 1020, and 1030 Coles Crossing in the Plum Creek mixed-use zoning district.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. So tonight, the agenda overview is we've got the development is within the park at Plum Creek. This is zoned MXD, so normally you see these as part of your consent agenda item. Plum Creek PUD has some requirements that site development be approved by council, so that's why you're seeing that tonight. But before you can approve that, and the reason why it's not on consent is they are requesting a variance or an exception to the required lighting along the vibe. So I'm going to cover both items in my agenda, in my presentation, but we do ask that you make separate motions on each, and you would make the first motion on the lighting exception and then the site development.
Yes.
But when I do my presentation, I'm going to do it backwards so you guys kind of understand the project before I get into that variance
So
request.
16 will have a public hearing.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So when we're looking at the site plan, that is what's under consideration today. We do have to look at the exception to the Vibe Trail lighting before that can be approved. This item also had an associated conditional use permit because it's in the FM 1626 overlay. So P&Z did approve that building elevations and CUP on the condition that council approved the Vibe lighting tonight and with any other changes that you guys might have. So when we look at the site development, again, it's zoned MXD. They are proposing a bank, retail restaurant pad site and daycare building. Property is about 3 acres, but it will be constructed all in a single phase. I broke the site plan down into 2 sites, plan north for a little bit of detail. So if you look at the building on the top right, that is the proposed bank with the drive-through. The building on the left is the proposed retail and restaurant pad site. And then the southern building is the proposed daycare. You can see a little playscape area along the right area. So as far as site development goes, they're meeting our minimum parking requirements. As 125, they're providing 132. The MXD district's kind of unique. It doesn't have any required minimum setbacks, but we did throw those in there so you could kind of see. They're approximately 22 to 24 feet away from the right-of-way. That's kind of consistent with what's in the area. They are at their maximum impervious cover at 75%, but they did provide a photometric sheet and plan that meets our city's regulations and dark sky compliance. This is landscaping. This image is rotated so we could get it all on one screen for you. So a little different look there. When we looked at the landscaping plan itself, they had 66 trees that were required. They provided 66. They almost doubled the amount of shrubs that were required, and they provided about 6,000 extra square feet of landscaping above our minimum. So that's kind of the general site plan in a nutshell. But the reason they asked for a lighting exception is for the vibe. They're actually asking to not be required to install 3 vibe lights. And the reason for that is because of numerous utilities located in the right-of-way and the city's 8-inch water line. It's probably going to be approximately 3 feet within their property, further affecting, kind of reducing the area for that vibe lighting. This site plan was in development fairly far along when the city's project along Kohlers caused some issues and layout changes for them, so we had to move some utilities, which then affected their site plan. So they were trying to, I think had that happened prior, they may not have needed that variance, but at this point, they kind of did. When we look at it, though, there's also some drainage infrastructure in the right-of-way, and I'll point that out. There's also gas, telecoms, electric, and water. All of those utilities have very specific separation requirements between each other. So electric and gas have to be so many feet, water, sewer have to be so many feet. So that's what's compounding the need to expand in that area. So as part of this request, the applicant is installing 2 light poles on the property that will be near the Vibe Trail, and I'll show those on the next image. They also provided an engineer's cost estimate for Vibe lighting improvements located in the area requested for that exemption, and they did indicate that they would be willing to provide the city that $15,000 to be utilized by the city's park department. They just asked that those funds be utilized in parks and not on some other development. So that would be something that we would ask you to include in any motions on this. So here's the site layout. As you can see, there's a gas line. That's kind of the pink dash line. And then the red area is where they're asking for that Vibe lighting. So the 3 no-go marks are where those 3 lights would not be. But you can see there's 2 on-site lighting highlighted in those kind of yellow-orange circles that kind of split the gaps of where that Vibe lighting is gone. So we don't think there will be any concerns with pedestrian safety or visibility in that area. The water line is the blue dash line. And then if you kind of just look at the area from the red line, which is the Vibe lighting section, up to the road, especially kind of where the red and green line meet, there's a very massive drainage infrastructure there. So that ditch is, I think, 4 to 5 feet wide and goes up to 8 in some areas. So this is another reason why they're having issues trying to get that lighting and electrical to fit in that right of way. In case you were curious, P&Z had questions what the lights would look like. Kind of wanted to show you all in case you all had the same questions. But when we looked at this exception, again, it's required due to utility conflicts, space constraints because of city's infrastructure, and then improvements. However, besides the Vibe lighting exception, the site plan is compliant with all city codes. So staff is asking that you consider your options for the Vibe Trail lighting exception. That will be the first motion we request y'all make. Your options, again, approve as presented, approve with conditions, or deny the request. Again, staff is recommending the exception request be approved due to these issues. Again, Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend approval on May 12, 2026. Again, staff would just ask that if you include the motion that those funds be utilized in city parks. And then staff's, council's option on the site plan are the same, approve site development as presented with the Vibe lighting exception, approve with other conditions, or deny the request. Staff is recommending that we approve the proposed site plan with the Vibe lighting, and then Planning and Zoning Commission also recommended approval by 6-0 on their May 12th meeting. I know that was a lot of info, so I'll be glad to answer any questions you have.
Okay, before I get questions, item number 16 does require a public hearing. So I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing at this time. If there's anybody that would like to come up and speak on behalf of this agenda item, please come up. Okay. Since we don't have one, public hearing is closed. Okay, we have one question from Dr. Harris.
Yeah, I'm all for this. I appreciate it. That area is significantly overlit as it is. It's as bright as day anywhere you walk in that area due to Heroes Park, and this is right across from Heroes Park. I would hope that maybe we could spend the funds that they will be forwarding to us to get the flag at Heroes Park downlit instead of uplit. It never should have been approved as those 4 huge spotlights with 5 spotlights in them that are on all night. It's a serious dark sky problem. It's a serious problem for our community's health. And if we downlight that flag, it will not do any less. It will not be any less beautiful. But the neighbors will not have the overlit area so badly. So I would like, and I'm going to vote yes on this item.
Anybody have any questions? Councilmember McKinney?
Yeah, my main concern was just for the safety of any pedestrians through that area, but, Dr. Harris's credit, yes, that, even if they put no lights anywhere near here,
like
you
an
probably
airport.
still see
It's like
just fine.
it's like an airport when you drive by.
I would hate to live in that first bank of apartments, that in the bricks and mortar district. They're just so overlit.
Any questions? Okay, Councilmember Gosa.
So we have the Vibe Trail lighting specs in here, but do we know what lighting they are going to use for the on-site lighting? Will it be the same as this? Can we request that they have downward-facing lighting in those areas?
So they do have downward-facing lighting. I do remember that from the site plan. I do not recall offhand what their on-site lighting looks like. Generally, it's not the same Acorn lanterns that we do on the Vibe Trail, but they are shielded, full cutoff. We've seen their photometric plan to show those lights. So they are meeting our dark sky on the ones they're installing. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
that would be my main concern, is meeting a dark sky criteria while still providing enough ambient lighting for safety.
Yes, I don't remember the look, but most of the standard lighting out there is very, very typical black square with the shields. So
Good
that'll
question.
be,
That's according to our current lighting codes, right?
yes, ma'am.
They must be dark sky compliant.
Yes, ma'am.
So it is not a problem with our code, it's a problem with the enforcement of that code, but all facilities now are so much better. The new ones really are so much better.
Anybody else? Is it a specific type of light? Is it kind of like the ones that like they're on Philomena? Is it those
very,
kind of
very
poles?
similar to the ones I believe the closest
Or-
ones would be along Burleson here. That would be what they're matching on.
And
the
is it a
vibe.
specific type of bulb that's used, or the way it's so bright, or is it just?
They do have
Neat.
different types of bulbs that they use. LED bulbs are a lot brighter because they use more energy versus the old incandescent bulbs. But I guess maybe I'm not understanding your question. So
That's all. I just didn't know.
Oh, okay.
I'm just trying to compare what the lights would be like from the ones on Philomena, and then you said the one on Burleson's.
yeah, and
That's
even
kinda like
those, even
that.
if it's the same structure, it could be the same light, but it could go from a 40 to a 60. So sometimes when they do those replacements, we see sometimes some errors in those installations, but everything should be matching.
Okay. Anybody else? Anybody, motions?
Like a motion to approve agenda items 16 and 17?
Second.
Second, okay. Did we need to do them separate, or could we do them all
We need to
together?
do 16 separate.
16 separate?
Yes, staff would like to,
Okay.
Dr. Harris's point about the flags, if there's a specific use, but again, the applicant did request that the lights be used in a public park versus other areas.
And we'd like to vote on 16 first.
Okay, no problem. Okay,
Would you like to?
Rescind my, well, if, I didn't need a second, I don't need to rescind, right?
no, you never had a second.
I'd like to
I
make a
seconded.
motion to, oh, that's right, you did. Make a motion to approve agenda item number 16.
Second.
Second, okay. Motion was made by Councilmember McKinney, second by Dr. Harris. Do we have any discussion on 16? Okay. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Aye. Those say nay? Nope. Motion passes 5-0. I'll say on that one. Okay, now on to agenda item number 17. Do we have any motions made on that one?
Make a motion to approve agenda item number 17?
Okay, motion made by McKinney on item number 17. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Harris on this. Do we need discussion on 17? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, item passes 5-0 as well. Thank you, sir. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and go on to agenda item number 18. To consider a resolution regarding requests for exceptions from Chapter 41 subdivisions from City of Kyle Court of Ordinances related to the detention, drainage, and flood mitigation and sidewalks for the property located at 200 Veterans Drive. And this is brought up again by Mr. Luntz.
Yes, I would like to, before we go into this presentation, make you aware, the applicant is not here tonight. He made a request late Friday afternoon after the agenda was posted that this be tabled to the first meeting in July. So I did inform him that that's at y'all's discretion. Y'all can make that motion, or y'all could consider the item, and that I would let him know one way or the other. So if you'd like, I can go through the presentation, or if y'all would like to consider the table, then we can do that.
I'd like to make a motion to table the item in respect for the presenter.
Second.
Second,
And
okay.
can we do that? Can we add the date, the first July 7th meeting?
July 7th, okay. I'd like to make a motion to table the item for the meeting of July 7th. I made the motion, and it's second by Councilmember Goza. Okay, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, okay. Item passes 5-0, so we will postpone this until the 7th.
Thank you
Okay.
again, Council.
Yes, sir. All right, we're moving on to agenda item number 19. Consider the approval of a resolution authorizing the intern manager to execute a payment in lien of taxes agreement with E&F Kyle Technologies, LLC, in the connection with the company's Foreign Trade Zone, FTZ, request to support the development and operation of its facility located at 1550 Coler's Crossing with the city of Kyle, with an estimated annual value approximately of $16,000. And this is presented by Ms. Victoria Vargas.
Good evening, members of council. Victoria Vargas, Director of Economic Development. I think Mr. Tobias said it all. I try to put everything in the title so that you could know what the topic is about. The request before you is to authorize the interim city manager to execute a payment in lieu of taxes. So the abbreviation is a pilot payment with E&F, and this will ensure that the city remains financially whole during E&F's participation in the Foreign Trade Zone program. And by doing so, we will also be supporting a local business and their continued investment and advanced manufacturing growth in Kyle. Some prior council action that took place in anticipation of this Foreign Trade Zone request from E&F, and we may have others in the future. We recommended to council to adopt a Foreign Trade Zone policy, which was done on December the 16th. That established the evaluation criteria for any request for a foreign trade zone and the review procedures and the considerations, the fiscal considerations. We brought that back to council on April the 7th. The city council approved a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a letter of no objection and in support of E&F's foreign trade zone designation. And the council requested that we bring back the pilot agreement for your review. So it's here. Members of E&F are here with us tonight, and they are a great company. They've been around. They opened their facility in 2021. They manufacture specialty electronic chemicals and materials for the semiconductor industry. Their products support semiconductor and microchip manufacturing processes. They're located just a couple of doors down from the Public Safety Center on Coler's Crossing. They currently employ 21 people, and they support major semiconductor supply chains in Central Texas and across the United States. And this facility is their U.S. headquarters and manufacturing operation. So we're very proud to have them here in Kyle. This payment in lieu of taxes is a balanced approach and partnership with E&F. The Foreign Trade Zone designation is a federal program that's administered through the U.S. Customs and Border Patrol protection. It's not a tax that savings that the city is giving them. The tariff savings are recognized by E&F as imposed by the Customs and Border Protection. The Foreign Trade Zone status may provide E&F with operational efficiencies and tariff reliefs. The tariff savings will help us support E&F's long-term competitiveness and operations in Kyle. So our hope is that they stay here, that they grow here, and that they expand along with our community. And I just want to reiterate again the benefits of the pilot agreement. This ensures the city remains financially whole and avoid any loss of inventory tax revenue. It protects the city's revenue while supporting a local advanced manufacturing employer here in Kyle. This captures our portion of the economic benefit associated with the Foreign Trade Zone designation, and it creates a balanced partnership. So there's three different types of taxes that we'll look at here. The one in particular that E&F will recognize a benefit from is in their inventory tax. I'm just going to forward to the next page. So ENF will continue to pay their real property taxes. This is a history of their property taxes that they pay to the city over the past 4 years. They will also pay their personal property taxes. So we will not be losing the benefit of that revenue. What we will be looking at is the inventory tax that they will pay. That will be, when they enter the foreign trade zone designation, they will not pay this tax, but they have agreed to enter into a pilot agreement with the city to pay their portion of the tax directly to us. So we will not lose any of the taxes paid to the city. It'll just be paid to us in the form of a payment in lieu of taxes. We estimate, I just estimated, based off of last year's payment is about $16,000, but it could fluctuate based on our city's adopted tax rate, the tariff changes, and market conditions. But just to know, the city will be made whole. So our options are to approve the resolution, or provide staff direction, or deny it.
Okay. Anybody have any questions? Okay, Dr. Harris?
I don't object to this item at all. But I would like, since we've got the company here, to make some requests, if that would be okay. I want to make sure that we have all their MSDS on hazardous chemicals, that we know exactly what they are using and in what quantities. And I would like to assure that the wastewater discharge from the plant is being regularly inspected by the city.
Would you like to ask them that directly, or do you want us to follow up?
Just follow up on that.
I will.
Okay.
ENF's been a great partner with the city. I'm very pleased to be able to strengthen that relationship with this. So it's going to be mutually beneficial for everybody involved.
Anybody on the side? Yes. Councilmember Arcosa?
When we receive the pilot tax or the pilot payment, will we be receiving like their tax forms so that we can verify what the value of that inventory was? How will that work?
Yes, the agreement, the payment does ask for them to provide their inventory tax, and what they would have paid to the county will, the appraisal district would then be sent directly to us in that form. So there will be some checks and balances to ensure that they are paying what they should be paying. And if ever they exit the foreign trade zone, I don't know why they would, it would just revert back to them paying their inventory tax.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else have anything?
I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 19.
Second.
Okay. Motion was made by Councilmember McKinney and second by Councilmember Dr. Harris. Is there any discussion on the agenda item? If not, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay. Item passes 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, we're going on to agenda item number 22. This is going to be a first reading. Consider the approval of an ordinance budget amendment number 1, amending the city's approved budget for the fiscal year 2025-26 by increasing total appropriations in the amount not to exceed $100,000 from the city's water utility fund balance and the city's wastewater utilities balance for legal services related to PUC docket number 58988 pursuant to the City Council's May 19th, 2026 approval of an amendment to the engagement letter with Lloyd Gossett Townsend, PUC. And this is brought by Ms. Holly Holt-Torres.
Thank you, sir. Mayor Pro Tem and Council, good evening. Holly Holt-Torres, Assistant Director of Finance, for the record. Before you tonight are budget amendments number 1 and number 2 for fiscal year 2025-2026. These amendments do not represent new requests for services or new policy or decisions. Rather, they appropriate funding necessary to implement actions previously approved by City Council during the May 19th, 2026 meeting. Staff is returning as directed to identify the funding sources and formally and properly amend the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget accordingly. As such, I will be using very specific information as we will be tracking these budget amendments as we go through the fiscal year. Budget amendment number 1 appropriates $100,000 for legal services associated with Public Utility Commission docket number 58988. As council may recall, on May 19th, council considered an amendment to the engagement letter with Lloyd, Goslink, Rochelle, and Townsend for representation related to the city's ongoing water and wastewater rate appeal proceedings. The original request before council was for $340,000. However, after discussion, council approved an additional amount not to exceed $100,000, bringing the total contract authorization to $200,000. This amendment simply provides the budget authority necessary to fund the amount already approved by council. The funding sources available fund balance within the Water Utility Fund and Wastewater Utility Fund, which are the funds directly benefiting from these services. This action does not increase the previously approved authorization. It only appropriates the funding necessary to carry out council's May 19th direction. Staff recommends approval of budget amendment number 1.
Okay, do we have any discussion on the motion, on the item itself? Councilmember Medina?
So just a question, maybe more geared toward Amy. I know we originally amended the amount to help get us through Discovery, so that we could at least get through Discovery and then go from there and see what was coming next. Based on the residents' comments earlier this evening still, if our PUC case isn't heard until April of 2027, how many more amendments, how much more money do you think we are looking at?
So it's phases. So the procedural schedule is right now looking at a hearing date in April. There's discovery, the current discovery period ends during the month of June. There'll be a future discovery period after that. We're also looking at setting mediation, which we're looking at dates in potentially August. So if there were successful mediation, it would end there. So what we're trying to do is put them in smaller chunks so that we can get through the different phases. If council wants to approve more at a later date, they can. But the intention of the $100,000 was to get us through these small chunks so that we can get through the phases as they come.
Okay, so this may get us through Discovery and then to mediation, and then just kind of timeline there and see what comes next?
Right.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 22.
Okay, motion's been made by Councilmember McKinney to approve agenda item number 22. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Harris to approve agenda item 22. Do we have any further discussion on this? Okay, those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Item passes 5-0. Okay, next agenda item is going to be item number 23. First reading, consider the approval of the ordinance amending the city's approved budget fiscal 2025-26 by increasing the total appropriation in the amount not to exceed $149,500 from the city's water utility fund balance and the city's wastewater utility fund for Ratisville Financial Consultants Incorporated for water and wastewater rate case analytical support services, and the 2026 water and wastewater cost of service study update. This is also brought by Assistant Director of Finance, Ms. Holly Holt Torres.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. The second budget amendment is similar in nature and relates to council's previously approved action on May 19, 2026 regarding Raftellus Financial Consultants. Budget amendment number 2 appropriates a total of $149,500 for Raftellus Financial Consultants. On May 19th, council considered amendment number 2 to the Raftellus engagement letter for both rate case analytical support services and an update to the city's water and wastewater cost of service study. The original request before council was for $349,500. After discussion, council approved an additional amount not to exceed $149,500, bringing the total contract authorization to $216,500. Council subsequently approved 2 components, $49,500 for the 2026 water and wastewater cost of service study update and $100,000 for rate case analytical support services. Together, those approvals totaled $149,500. Like budget amendment number 1, the appropriation will be funded through available fund balance within the Water Utility Fund and Wastewater Utility Fund. Again, this amendment does not seek additional authorization beyond what council approved on May 19th. It simply establishes the budget authority needed to fund those previously approved services. Staff recommends approval of budget amendment number 2.
Okay. Do we have any discussion on that agenda item number 23? Okay. Do we have any motions?
Make a motion to approve agenda item number 23.
Okay, motion's made by Councilmember Mark McKinney. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Dr. Harris. Any discussion on this agenda item? Okay. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Item passes 5-0. Moving on to agenda item number 24, consider the nomination and approval of a resolution to appoint a member to the Alliance Regional Board Authority Board of Directors to replace Brian Langley, former city manager, to serve an unexpired 3-year term expiring April 2027. This is also by Deputy City Manager Amber Scheitz.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. We have an ARWA board appointment for your consideration tonight to replace Brian Langley, former city manager. This person would serve an unexpired 3-year term, is expiring on April 2027. So if you don't know, Alliance is a regional water authority that was formed for the purpose of resolving the long-term water needs of its sponsors. It was originally created in 2007 as the Hayes-Caldwell Public Utility Agency, and then it was converted to Alliance Water in the 2017 legislative session. It provides water on a wholesale basis for its sponsors. Here's the map of the sponsors. The 4 main ones are San Marcos, Kyle, Buda, and Kenyon Regional Water Authority, but CRWA also represents Crystal Clear, SUD, Green Valley, SUD, County Line, SUD, and Martindale Water Supply Corporation. It is governed by a 13-member board of directors appointed by the sponsors. Representation on the 13-member board is proportional to each participating entity's financial responsibility. The City of Kyle holds 3 seats on the board. Brian Langley's resignation creates a vacancy in one of the city's appointed seats. The City Council appoints the City of Kyle's representatives to the board. And then again, this appointment would fill an unexpired term ending in April of 2027. So the guidelines for appointment is that they must be at least 18 years of age and they must be a resident of the territory located in the authority or an employee of a sponsor. So the board composition and meetings, it's a 13-member board. Currently, there are 3 elected officials with the City of San Marcos, their mayor, county line, said board member Tracy Scheel, and council member Laura Lee Harris. And then there are 10 city SUD or regional water authority employees that also sit on the board. Meetings are the 3rd Wednesdays of every month at 3 p.m. Locations vary, but many of the meetings may be attended via Teams. So 5 options for you tonight. You may appoint the interim city manager. You may appoint the mayor or a council member. You may appoint a City of Kyle employee, appoint a City of Kyle resident, or do not appoint anyone.
Okay. Is there anybody here? Let's just start with the number 2. Does anybody on the city council would like to be appointed or along with Dr. Harris?
We already have 3 on the board, 3 elected officials. We would have to appoint that person. Well, we couldn't, right? Yeah, so 3 is the maximum on that board, not 3 from the city. So there are 3 elected officials on the ARWA board already.
I'm not aware of a maximum number of elected officials that sit on the board. The only guidelines that that the city council has to follow is that that person must be at least 18 years of age and a resident of the territory located in the authority or an employee of a sponsor.
So go to the next one.
I was just
It is a 13-member board.
Right. I was just telling the makeup. In years past, people were interested about who sits on the board, what does it look like, and so this is what it looks like today. In the past, I believe before council member you were appointed, there were just 2 elected officials. So I'm not aware of any limits that ARWA has placed on elected officials serving.
Okay.
Okay, any other?
I wish I had the third Wednesday available. I'd love to serve on that, but I just don't have the capacity.
Yeah.
So I would like to say that Blake Neffendorf has become a member of our staff. He was on our from Buda previously, as a matter of fact, served as the president? No.
Yes, he was the chairman.
He was the president. He chaired. And he is now an employee here. He would be excellent. He knows the whole, always very technical. And long agendas full of technical information. I think it takes a pretty special person to really be able to follow that and understand what is going on there. There are challenges, as with any provider that is using aquifer, groundwater rather than surface water. So, I would really like to see Blake nominated to this position. He would be great to put back on. He would serve us really well in that position.
Do you know if he would be interested in
He would
serving?
be,
He would
yes.
be? Okay.
I'd like to actually make a motion that would place Blake Neffendorf on our board as our representative.
Okay, a motion's been made by council member Dr. Harris that we nominate Blake, last name again? Sorry.
Neffendorf.
Neffendorf to be appointed to this committee. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by council member McKinney. Do we have any discussion on the motion made by Dr. Harris? Nope. Those in favor for him to be appointed, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay. He's been appointed. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That was great. Thank you, ma'am. All right, we got agenda item number 25. It's the first reading to consider the approval of an ordinance amending Chapter 38, Street Sidewalks and Other Public Places, Section 23 of the City of Kyle Code and Ordinances regarding intersection alternatives. Presenter, Ms. Ravali.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Ravali Kosaraju, Assistant Director of Traffic Transportation. We're bringing this item forth tonight because there were some previous conversations on the dais regarding revisiting the ordinance that we currently have in place pertaining to intersection configurations and improvements. I guess I jumped ahead. So on March 3rd, 2026, City Council directed staff to review the current language in Chapter 38, Section 23, and to provide potential amendments and/or clarifications. Also, to look at amending the city code section pertaining to the existing intersection improvements or requirements that are there, and then any amendments that we propose are intended to improve the consistency in the interpretation and enforcement of the city's intersection alternatives analysis. Before I kind of jump into the details of what we're proposing to amend in the current ordinance, I just wanted to give you some background on where our proposed amendments are coming from, with what context are we bringing those to you. I'll like to say that any amendments that we're proposing tonight are in alignment with the Federal Highway Administration and Texas Department of Transportation, so FHWA and TxDOT, and they're adopted based on data-driven, performance-based framework to make sure that the intersection alternatives are screened with those MOEs and to identify an optimal solution based on those criteria. This approach ensures that intersection improvements across the roadway network are evaluated, selected, prioritized, and implemented with defensible benefits for safety and congestion relief, among other benefits. Staff is proposing the amendments that are aligned with FHWA and TxDOT practices to support an objective assessment of the intersection alternatives that balances the community's safety, mobility, and infrastructure needs. The proposed amendment also provides transparent, consistent, and objective framework in order to arrive at that optimal solution for the intersection in question. with that, the actual amendments and the red line portion, all that has been included in backup. These slides here just highlight the key elements of the proposed amendments to the ordinance. So we are proposing to modify the title itself to read intersection alternatives. I believe currently it says roundabouts alternatives. So we want that to be kind of agnostic to a specific type of improvement. We want it to really just be what it's supposed to be, is an intersection improvement. It can take any shape or form based on whatever that analysis tells us. And as I'd mentioned previously, this is to amend Chapter 38, the City of Kyle Code of Ordinances, specifically Section 23 of that. And the purpose is to use properly designed intersection controls that encourage a safe and more efficient flow of traffic at intersections in residential areas. This would be achieved through the intersection alternatives analysis, and this is the portion that goes back to the FHWA and TxDOT published guidance and best practices. So an intersection alternatives analysis shall objectively evaluate all feasible intersection treatment options to identify the most appropriate solution for a given location. Each alternative shall be assessed across key factors including traffic operations, safety performance, pedestrian and bicycle accommodation, right-of-way feasibility, environmental and drainage impacts, utility conflicts, and consistency with the city's adopted transportation plan. A recommended treatment shall be identified based on overall performance and site-specific context. And there is language in the current ordinance that talks about what the proposed intersection configuration should be in new residential areas. So those would be like subdivisions that are coming in and building on greenfields, basically. So they're not retrofitting any existing intersections. They're just proposing brand new intersections as part of their subdivision construction plans. And for that, we're proposing a similar approach, which is essentially any new intersections with collector or arterial streets. So those would be your higher tier roadways that are carrying more your semi-regional and regional traffic through our city. So any intersections on those roadway classifications of streets are going to be required to complete an IAA as well, which is short for the intersection alternatives analysis. So again, kind of taking us back to that objective data-driven approach. So the options for you all to consider tonight or to approve the ordinance as presented, to approve the ordinance with any modifications that you'd like, or to not approve the ordinance. And staff is recommending option 1, which is to approve the ordinance as presented, and I'm happy to take questions. Or
Okay.
go back to any slide.
Okay, any questions? Courtney goes up.
One of the things that was kind of tossed around before, at least with Yvonne and I, was questioning whether this applies to the city as we are looking at our roadways, or whether this is like for developers coming in. Who does this apply to?
If council chooses to adopt this as an ordinance, it would apply to any scenario that requires an evaluation of intersection treatments. So it could be from a 311 request, it could be from city council asking us, hey, I have a concern with this intersection, review it, come back with recommendations. It would apply to any new subdivisions that come in where they are proposing intersections that fall within the scope of this ordinance, which would basically be all their intersections. Well, let me clarify that. For new subdivisions, it would specifically be intersections that tie into either a collector or an arterial street, as defined by our transportation master plan, which we're working on right now. Does that answer your question?
I believe so. I know like with Downing Way, it was like we were already ready to do a roundabout on there, but we happened to have this type of analysis and it said it wasn't the most feasible. So it's my concern that, we make sure that we're doing that moving ahead, because certainly roundabouts are much more expensive than a lighted intersection.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do want to clarify that, I'm going to put my planning hat on.
this approach that we would love to take moving forward is really the best practice approach that's already been adopted by several DOTs and several jurisdictions across the country. It is a clear, consistent, and transparent process that we can work through, whether it's public engagement that we're doing, whether we're working with elected officials or other stakeholders, because sometimes we do have to coordinate with the county or the school district or TxDOT. And it puts us all on the same playing field, so we're not coming in with some sort of subjective recommendation that we're then trying to kind of work towards, right? It takes away that bias. Like me, Ravali, can have an opinion, but it doesn't matter because the analysis is going to walk me through the steps or force me to walk through the steps to make a recommendation, regardless of my opinion. So it does kind of take away that subjectivity, whether it's me standing here or someone else, until this ordinance is in effect.
Okay. And I just want to say, I read through it, so I like the new format. I like the way that, it does exactly what you just said it does. So thank you for getting that together for us.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Dr. Harris?
Ravali, I want to commend you on the several times that we've worked together with the public on how caring you are and the creative solutions you come up with for traffic issues. Sometimes the public will go, oh, well, that's not going to work. And then all of a sudden they're going, that worked pretty good after all. One of the concerns I have for TxDOT and Federal Highway Association is that they lag in some areas, they're just behind the times sometimes. One of the specific areas that they are behind the times sometimes is on intersection for elderly, structuring intersections where the elderly are not blinded, like they are at 1626 and Culler's Crossing. We've had at least one fatality there that I'm aware of, and are not confused. That might not be might not necessarily be something for a roundabout, but a lighted intersection. But I would like for us to be, there are standards that Federal Highway Administration has developed. They've just not, I don't think, implemented them. They're like, gee, if you were to do this, it would improve things. I would like to see us implementing those as part of our policy.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know we're having a lot of conversations about budget right now, and we'll talk more about this in detail on June 13th when we have the CIP budget presentation. But we would like to continue to have a little. I'm jumping the gun here, so no one attack me for spoiling anyone's thunder. But we are looking at proposing an ad hoc budget specifically to address things like this, because unfortunately traffic doesn't do what we want it to do. People don't do what we want them to do or what they should be doing when they're driving. So we are going to run into Daisy and Downing type scenarios, 1626 and Kohler scenarios. And sometimes I just don't know what I don't know until I hear from you guys or, the public, right? So that ad hoc budget would give us flexibility to see what kind of quick build type improvements we can put out at intersections, working with TxDOT if we need to, or the county. So that way, even if we don't have the long-term fix that might cost several $1 million or hundreds of thousands of dollars, we can maybe look at other ways to do that. And again, I keep talking about the Safe Streets for All grant as well. That's another avenue that is going to give us the tools and framework that we need to implement things like that.
Yeah.
So absolutely.
Yeah, Safe Streets for All was kind of what I was talking about. The Complete Streets is not necessarily elderly friendly. And I am concerned about us using standards for Complete Streets. It may need some modifications. I'm really concerned that we use TxDOT as a default when their guidelines are not necessarily up to date for the areas that we're looking at.
I would absolutely agree with you. Pre-2025, they've come
a long way,
traveling at light speed since then, with adopting these, I'm going to call them new age, current, modern concepts of how to manage all the different modes that are on the road. So
So they kind of just like took this giant leap into current times. They still have a long way to go because it is a large state and they have a lot of ground to cover, but they're headed in the right direction, and that's where some of this guidance comes from. Like 2 years ago, none of this existed at TxDOT. It was just plowed through, move out all the vehicles that you can.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions? Okay. Do we have any motions for agenda item?
Move acceptance of agenda item number 25.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Motion was made by Councilmember Dr. Harris, and second by Councilmember Medina, that we approve this item. Any discussion on this? Okay. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay. Item passes 5-0. Okay, now we're moving on to a city council item, so I'm going to bring this up to Councilmember Goza. I know you don't have Ms. Flores here for these two items. Do you want to continue to have this discussion, or you want to table? It's up
I'm
to you.
prepared.
You prepared? Okay. All right, agenda item number 26, to hold a discussion and provide direction to the city manager to review applicable city code provisions governing construction hours and to return with recommended amendments for council consideration. And this is brought by Councilmember Courtney Goza.
Thank you. I'm bringing this item forward, and Yvonne was here with me, and obviously not, but it's brought forward after hearing concerns that came directly from at least one resident in Plum Creek, and concerning the noise in his neighborhood as they were doing construction on the water lines and things like that. And it wasn't just the decibel level, but it was the length of time that they were doing construction, sometimes till 8 or 9 o'clock at night. And so as we continue to grow, construction activity is expected. Growth brings new homes, new businesses, new opportunities, but growth also brings a responsibility to ensure development occurs in a way that respects the people who already live here. Under the City of Kyle's current ordinance, the construction activity is permitted between 7 a.m. and until 9 p.m. That ordinance does not establish a specific decibel threshold for construction-related noise during those permitted hours. As a result, residents have expressed concerns that while construction activity may technically comply with the current ordinance, the prolonged noise and intensity of activity can still significantly affect nearby neighborhoods and the daily quality of life of our residents. For many of those residents, especially families with young children, seniors, shift workers, veterans, those working from home, construction beginning in the early morning hours and continuing throughout the day and evening can impact sleep, family time, and the peaceful enjoyment of their homes. This discussion is not intended to stop development, nor to create unreasonable burdens on builders and contractors. Rather, it is an encouragement for responsible development that keeps our citizens in mind. So with that, we would like to ask the city manager to review the applicable city code provisions governing construction hours and construction-related noise and return to council with potential recommendations for consideration. That review may include evaluating whether the current permitted hours remain appropriate, whether additional safeguards should be considered for nearby residential areas, how enforcement is handled, and how other rapidly growing cities are balancing development with neighborhood quality of life. There were a lot more notes that Yvonne had, but I think that's pretty much the gist of it.
All right. Councilman Medina, you have anything to say? Okay, Dr. Harris? Or
Chatty tonight, aren't I? I agree with this. I've had several requests for intervention for early hours, especially. Not so much for late hours. That makes sense, though. But construction starting before 7 a.m. And the excuse I've been given sometimes by the city is, well, they're pouring concrete. They've got to get in and do it before it gets really hot. It's just one day. And the other is simply lack of enforcement. Over by Hometown, the construction of the housing area there was starting before dawn, and one of my constituents over there is in a band and gets in late at night, and the construction was waking her up very, very early. I went over and asked the site supervisor, reminded him that 7 a.m. was the start time. and would they please adhere to that? And he said, oh, sorry, sure, we will. Well, it turned out that phase did comply for a few days, and then they started with the contractor for the next phase of the building, and they didn't comply. So I would really love to have us have better enforcement on that, even if we change the hours, if the city is not enforcing it. The same with dark sky, not enforcing it. The ordinance is useless. We need to assure that there are sufficient staff to be able to do that.
Councilmember Medina, do you have anything?
Nope, I second all there that they discussed. It definitely makes a difference, especially, we have our veterans, we have those others suffering from PTSD, and we talked earlier about the fireworks and the enforcement of such because of those effects on animals, children, elderly, and it's the same with the construction noise. So we definitely need to take this into consideration and have that looked at as well. And then if there is not any sort of decibel ordinance for the noise levels, maybe look at that as well and into why and the types of construction equipments that are used, and if there should be some sort of ordinance around the decibels as well.
Okay. Go ahead, Mark.
While we're looking into different considerations, I would also ask that we look into maybe some temperature factors for some safety of those construction workers, especially as the summer months come in. It can get really, really hot. There's some times that those guys are forced to work when they probably should be in the shade, chugging water. So I would like to add that to the list of considerations.
You said you have one more? Are you good? Dr. Harris?
Left my brain. It must be almost midnight.
All right. Mr. Mohit, it looks like we're having a direction from Councilman Goza to look into those things. At first, I thought maybe we had a work ordinance in place that was from 7 to 7.
7 to 9.
7 to 9. I think at one time we raised it, I think, till 10 at one time for when Lehman was doing their construction, and then also when Kinder Morgan was drilling back over there, we raised it up for only like about a week or so. But I guess if we can kind of look into what she's stating to see if the ordinance might need to be tweaked a little bit, and also I know we have a noise ordinance for 10 o'clock. You can't have loud music and so forth on that end, but about the temperature. So what kind of direction would you need from us to look into for her?
This is sufficient, sir.
It's sufficient, okay.
It came back.
It came back, all right. Dr. Harris?
And Mayor's sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
One more question. Some of the biggest offenders for noise especially are city projects, especially our wastewater projects like in Plum Creek. They've been pretty disruptive. And utilities that ignore all regulations, basically, if we're not enforcing them. So I would like to be assured that city and utilities would be required to follow these guidelines as well as other vendors.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
I was just going to add that any request to pour concrete outside of the approved construction hours has to come to the city council. And so if they're doing that,
They were not coming to the council for that.
they're not following, then they're not following the ordinance. And I always advise people to call the Kyle PD non-emergency phone number so that they can respond. You're right, we do not have a dedicated staff to do active patrol or enforcement of construction activity, but as long as it's, complaint-based, our PD does respond and go out there and speak with them. We do have a decibel limit that is they're supposed to comply with, but construction activity, I believe, may be exempt from that decibel limit. So we'll research all of that and bring you back options for you to consider.
Okay. Yeah, one thing that I had been working on before Brian left was an ordinance about the oversized trucks going through neighborhoods. because you'll see a lot of that, especially like during school hours, like even in the first thing in the morning, you're seeing all those 18-wheelers and the big old cement trucks that are coming through. And especially if we're working on improving some of these streets that we have in Everwood and Kensington and other places with all that construction, you see all these big trucks coming in, especially first thing in the morning as well. So that'll be something that I'll be bringing forward for us to look at on that end.
Yes, sir, we can look at that. And just kind of back to the, the before hours construction. I know that the construction workers like to show up on site beforehand, but that still means that their trucks might be backing up and beeping, and they might be running them. It might not mean that they're necessarily pouring the concrete, but they're still kind of actively working the site. So again, we'll bring you back options.
Great, okay, thank you. All right, and then I guess we'll move on to, if you still want to consider agenda item number 27.
Do we need to vote?
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, did you need a direction, or do we need to take a vote on that?
Please do.
Okay.
If y'all would make a motion and take a vote.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I thought we were just providing direction. Okay. Anybody want to make a motion to,
Motion to approve agenda item number 26 as discussed.
okay, motion made by Mark McKinney on agenda item number 26. Do we have a second by Courtney Goza? All right. Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, item passes 5-0. Okay. All righty, thank you. All right, now we'll move on to number 27, to consider directing the city manager to bring back options to amend the code of ethics or to otherwise approve a prohibition on members of the city council accepting money from vendors, employees, and contractors of and associated of PACs of the city for any reason, including campaign donations. And this is brought forward by, of course, Mayor Flores Carroll and Courtney Goza.
Okay, thank you. We have, as elected officials, the responsibility to ensure to the people of Kyle that they continue to have confidence in our local government. The city already has a code of ethics in place to promote transparency, accountability, and integrity in public service. But as our city continues to grow, so do the expectations from residents regarding how decisions are made and how relationships between elected officials and those doing business with the city are viewed by the public. This item is not about accusing anyone of wrongdoing, and it's not about suggesting that lawful campaign contributions automatically create improper influence. Campaign finance is governed by state law, and individuals absolutely have the right to participate in the political process. But we also have a responsibility to recognize that perception matters. When vendors, contractors, affiliated PACs, or individuals connected to companies doing business with the city contribute to local campaigns, residents may reasonably ask whether those financial relationships could influence decisions involving contracts, procurement, development agreements, or other city business. Whether that perception is fair or not, it affects public confidence. Tonight is about asking an important question. Are there additional safeguards, disclosures, or ethical standards that this council should consider to strengthen transparency and reinforce trust in local governments? We would ask the city manager to evaluate potential policy options and return to the council with recommendations for discussion. Any future policy changes would come back publicly before this body for consideration. At the end of the day, ethical government is not just about avoiding wrongdoing. It is about building public confidence that decisions are being made openly, fairly, and in the best interest of the people that we serve. Across the country, cities continue to evaluate how campaign contributions intersect with public contracting and government decision-making. San Antonio is one such of those. They have restrictions on campaign finance. Residents expect transparency, and they expect elected officials to be proactive when it comes to ethics and accountability. So the direction proposed tonight would allow staff to evaluate those options, such as additional disclosure requirements, restrictions during active procurement processes, recusal standards in matters involving contributors, contribution limitations tied to vendors or affiliated PACs, and legal considerations under state law. We would also like to have you come back and review what other municipalities are doing to determine whether any best practices might be appropriate for Kyle. Good governance requires us to be willing to examine our own systems and ask whether improvements can be made. Transparency should never be viewed as a burden. It should be viewed as the foundation of public service. And I would like to also add that developers who are actively developing and soliciting development projects here in Kyle, I would like to see those added as well as examples to look at. And with that, I yield the floor.
Okay. Anybody over here? Okay, Dr. Harris.
You're correct that the state has guidelines for this, so I want to make sure that Amy's bringing us back the state guidelines so we comply with all of those. You mentioned transparency a couple of times, so I think we really do need to address the transparency of reporting. Candidates have often, and this needs to apply to candidates as well as current council members. Candidates have frequently been late on their reports, have been less than transparent about who the donor is, and have filed very late revisions to the reports that they have submitted. I think we need some guidelines on handling those because that is also part of the ethics of the council. So I'd like to add that to this action.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay. So states have specific type of guidelines for these types of things for candidates and also people that are incumbents as well? Okay.
Those would apply to both, yes.
Okay. All right. Do we want to make a motion?
Make a motion to approve item number 27
With the
with the
suggestions.
addition of Dr. Laura Lee Harris's request for that.
Yeah.
State guidelines.
Transparency.
Yeah.
Yeah, reporting guidelines.
Reporting guidelines, okay?
Yes.
Okay, and I'll second that motion. Okay, so a motion was made by Councilmember Medina and second by myself to direct staff with referencing the discussions we had on agenda item number 27. Okay, any other discussions?
Does this also include Councilmember Goza's addition of developers and landowners?
Yes.
And candidates as well as council member.
I have all of that written down.
Okay, great, okay. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay. Item passes 5-0.
I'd actually like to see is if we could just all self-fund our
Yeah.
campaigns and not take any donations at all.
Well, you know what?
It's
I
just
can't.
Getting there. All right, agenda item number 29, apparently the mayor's not here, so we'll go ahead and go on to agenda item number 30. Mr. McKinney, if you want to go with that.
I will say for the sake of time and deference to Councilmember Zapata, I will go ahead and push this to the next meeting.
Okay. All righty, so we're going to table this item. Do we need a motion for that, or do we just go and just table it as it is?
I think we're okay with just moving it to the next meeting.
Okay, sounds good. We'll go and do that. Okay, do we have anything for executive? Okay, make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right, we're adjourned.
We adjourned.